Good morning, day, night, evening, afternoon, guys. Welcome in. Hello. Welcome in today to another starter beginner build. Last time we got the Chaos, Kabbalists, Skeleteronis all the way to Lokar and killed Lokar rather easily, including all the other content that a starter build should be doing. Today I want to start a new Inquisitor. I kind of want to keep him like solo Inquisitor for quite a bit. And last time I played Inquisitor as a starter build, I was focusing on Rune of not Ograd, but rather Kalastor, right? And Rune of Kalastor is arguably probably the best way to level a Inquisitor anyway. Especially because, spoiler, there's gonna be an item that gives you onslaught stacks of Flames of Ignifar, so you can charge your onslaught stacks with Ignifar and then use them for Rune of Kalastor, for example. So that's gonna be pretty nice. But the one I'm gonna do today is probably gonna be more like something either lightning or code focused. So I'll probably start with Stonebox, and then maybe later on go with Rune of Hagrid instead. We'll see. But yeah, let's go with Box first. Veteran, I mean, we go Veteran once we feel strong enough. We have all the items. Before that, I think it's kind of a waste of time, so let's just play normal for now. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in, Maximus, Durgans, Scatterbrain, Zipint. Time to movement speed max. But that only works if you're using at least one gun, right? Which is very nice if you're playing a Purifier or even more zoomy a Berserker Inquisitor, right? And you play a gun Berserker Inquisitor. That could be maybe something fun as well, actually. Maybe next build. New patch online? No. Well, I mean, 1.3 is in playtest since forever. So that one was online since kind of forever. There's no new playtest for that though. There was no new version for it yet. I hope it's gonna come this week still, but we'll see. Using Bloodborer? You mean the gun, Bloodborer? Well, if you are playing I should be using my skills here. What the fuck am I doing? I'm talking too much. Well, if you are planning on playing something like a Bleed Pierce Inquisitor, I guess Bloodborer is pretty nice, legendary endgame gun, or even well, it's not necessarily endgame, it's a faction item if I remember correctly, even, right? Anyway, I do have a gun now, so maybe it would be worth. Hang on, where's my loot filter? That's here, right? There we go. So maybe I should put a point into ranged expertise for the... Well, actually it gives you maximum movement speed. It doesn't give you any base, just standard movement speed. So unless you have really capped movement speed, that doesn't really do much, does it? Let's start by putting 2 points into the skull and 1 point into the bar-ish. So we get some stats while getting a lot of damage, so we can pretty much almost one-shot everything here in normal early game. It is a faction blueprint legendary, it is after all, yeah, true. So you could play start a build around that too if you wanted to. Not wrong, not wrong. Yo, Firewreck, welcome in. Dual Guns Groundkeeper actually sounds kinda nutty. Movement speed wise at least, it does, yeah. And damage wise, I mean you could go what, pierce damage at least, or cold damage as well. Rather easily. Even Chaos has some decent support, to be fair. Maybe not as good as Pierce, but still decent. Berserker, well... You could go for a Berserker, sure. Like dual bleed pistols as a... like with Blood Borer, for example, yeah. I mean... It could be a good build, yeah. Chaos Bleed meta. Not sure about Hybris Chaos Bleed, but... I think both Chaos as well as Bleed are gonna be pretty good. But also Pierce and Cold don't seem that bad right now, especially Pierce. Because of like Cunning being really good. Not sure if that's getting a little nerfed before release though. Might be. It seems a little ridiculous right now. At least to me. Yo, Chris Salad, welcome on, welcome on. How's it going? I'm doing good, man. How about you? Haven't been as... But I'm trying to get back into streaming properly, and I'm trying to fix like a proper streaming schedule. Like stream at least like every Monday and Thursday, and maybe like 1/3 day whenever I have time. Like on the weekends, maybe. But before that, I didn't really have much time to stream as much as in the past. But of course, whenever Fangs and like the next season are out, I do wanna... Whether I have the time or not, I'm just gonna take the time to stream, you know? And also I'll be more motivated to like take the time to stream as well. Because it's gonna be some actual action happening. Full-time streamer arc. You gotta keep your options open, let's say it like that, right? You could always have a plan B in life. You can't just walk through life with only one plan. Action is coming. Yoxinonic, welcome. Tears and Cold, Chaos could also go nuts with the Blood Gun, a Chaos Gun, surmise from the Chaos, do both Deceiver build. Yeah. I mean, Chaos is gonna be pretty strong as well, for sure. I blow up more when the expansion releases. We'll see, hopefully. We shall see. I do have to prepare myself though, like on YouTube properly. That's why I'm also like doing like lots of easy runs, so I can start producing like starter guides and some other like videos once the expansion is close or like about to release. You're gonna blow up as well. Don't blow up your brain, scatter brain. Oh, it's already scattered. Haha. Soul Prison. Maximus. Wait, you're already here already, right? Oh no, Hunter X Hunter. Welcome in, man. Can we give us some spoiler? What do you want to see, Malva? What kind of spoiler do you want? What kind of spoiler do you desire? Here's a spoiler. This is a new elite type that is not in the game yet. I mean, with Fangs of Astakarn, you will have thundering champions, or like thundering heroes, which will drop a thundering shard in your face, which deals some lightning damage. But if you're playing Stormbox, you just out-thunder them. Right, and I don't know, Stormbox is still fucking insane. What the fuck, man? Still so much damage. For like no reason. Apart from you like clicking one button. Yo, Stan. Welcome to Blue Boar. Literally him, yeah. Blue Boar is getting added for Fangs of Astakarn. Starting a petition to do a Flanks of Ignafar build. Dude, I was thinking about doing Ignafar today. Then I looked at items. I also looked at items coming with Flanks of Astakarn. Then I saw that a medal that already exists right now is getting onslaught stacks to Flanks of Ignafar. Which means Ignafar is good as like a filler for the best leveling build in the game for Inquisitor right now, which is Rune of Kalastor. So at least if you wanna like do kind of store leveling, right, you can like use Ignifire on top as a one pointer to like charge some onslaught to make your Calastore hit even harder. Can you encounter Tempest totems on normal? You can technically, I think, yeah, if you go all the way to the expansion content, right, to the Pangs of Astakarn Act, and you click on the like, what's it called again? The Altar of Ascension over there. Then you will be able to basically unlock Tempest totems, I believe, on any difficulty, as long as you, like, you know, sacrifice the appropriate materials. Which is still not gonna be like comparable to like the amount of Tempest totems that you're gonna get in Ascendant difficulty, but you can technically encounter some on normal, yeah, I think. I think so, I think so. Oh shit, this is fixed. Why was the potion bug like not fixed in the other character? That's wild. Hmm. Wait, I'm not playing the season, am I? No, right? I'm not playing season mod, am I? Guess we'll find out if Julius drops his medal or not. If he doesn't, then it's standard. Wait, was there a patch? Pretty sure there was no patch, right? No. No. That's weird then, like... Why was the potion buggy on the other character and fine on this one? Hello? 40 skill points. That was still good as a filler. Well, while leveling you don't really... Wait, my Stormbox was not dealing damage because I clicked my Stormbox on the box instead of on the enemies. And like putting Stormbox on a box, on a destructible box, apparently like puts Stormbox on cooldown, but it doesn't actually like deal any damage to anything. That was wild. Boxes have 100% immunity against box. Against Stormbox. If you put it directly on the box. If you put it next to the box, then the box just dies. Hey, Grim Dawn is a wonderful game with no bugs and no weird interactions ever. Alright, let's get some movement speed here. Let's start zooming a little bit. Whee. Updated UI potion overhaul. Well, I mean, yeah, like the 1.3 or like Fangs of Astakarn potions are slightly bigger, and you will also be able to change them and also to change their appearance, because you're gonna be able to put different modifiers on them, and then like depending on what kind of modifiers you have on potions, they will do different things and they will also look differently. Have I done my daily poll yet? No, I have not filled out the Lassipok poll yet. I know, shame on me. Shame on me. I have not played any Lassipok endgame yet. Let's start with Jackal, right? Daring, aren't we? Do a poll if PV2 is bad or not. We can do that poll after the release, maybe. I mean, after the reveal today, maybe. We shall see, we shall see. Let's get some stats so we can wear some things. This is all damage, so it's lightning damage. My current offense is not all damage. Like no lightning damage. Some boots. Oh, we got off haste boots already. We've got movement speed boots. Very nice, very nice. Group them together, click once, boom. They have been boxed. Did I save the guy who we have to save here? Not yet, right? Search for the caravan driver. Well, if he's not on the right side, right? If he's neither here nor here, he's always gonna be here. And there he is. Fuck, I clicked on the box again. Like, if I click on this box here, right? It goes on cooldown and nothing happens. What the fuck? Wrecked by boxes. Box wrecked by box. You just skip the guy, but you need to save him, otherwise he's gonna be wrecked by Slith. Eaten by Slith. Fucked by Slith, who knows? Huh? And also, you're not gonna have a second shop, which means you will have to walk like a slightly longer distance to sell your items in Devil's Crossing. Skip them all, who's good in this world anyways. That's true. But are you better than anybody else? Shouldn't like a bad person help out another bad person? Since we're all bad persons in this world, who knows? I kind of like the second, like the shop and like being closer, like having like closer distance to run from the Rift Gate and so on. I like it, that's fine. I mean, of course, like, you can't skip it if you hate the guy. Sure. Even Kaiman guys are the bad. I mean, especially the Kaiman guys. What do you mean, even the Kaiman guys? Even Slithossi ring costs 100G, yeah. You can just throw away yellows and very soon start hiding yellows, like they're not any good anyway. Majestic, welcome, welcome. BP Frosty, welcome. Quick question, the Bear Constellation Maul as an aura? It's a debuff, kind of like a curse. I mean, yeah, it deals damage once a second like Curse of Reality, and it does not stack. Yeah, it does. It only refreshes the duration when you reapply it.
Good, you're
Correct,
back.
correct.
Almost 1 year club.
Marco Beck, welcome. Almost 1 year club, BP Frosty, welcome back. Thank you so much for 11 months of support. Welcome back to the Bloomers, appreciate it. Hello, hello. Alright, let's go back and actually do some quests. Because I do want more backspace as well. Thought it was like Bull. Well, it looks like Bull, but it's not like Bull. That's... Well, I feel like 50% of new players think it's like Bull, but it's not. So I kind of just want to like look for lightning damage, I guess, at this point. Everything that's not lightning damage is like gonna be instantly sold. Crit damage. Wait, can box crit? Box cannot be dodged, right? Box can crit and it cannot be dodged, I think. If I remember correctly. Dog box is such a weird skill, dude. Like, okay, I mean, this one has lightning damage, but double rest is kind of decent too. Blue items. I guess these blue items are like a good example to start understanding why most blue items are bad.
See you around.
Look for bull. They look at bull and they think it's bear. But they should know, right? From Baldur's Gate 3.
Come see what's left of my wares. Iron well spent.
They should know what, huh? What did I get? 0 slit necklaces. What? Such a scam, man. Alright, we got 5 scrap for this guy. Which is exactly what I needed. Calculated. Chop, chop. Let's put one more down here. What is my movement speed right now? 114. That could be way better. A frostbite? Hey, that's some cold damage. But wait, I need lightning damage. I need a thunder. Maybe we get a spider ring here? Spider ring, maybe? Oh, these are all white mobs. What the fuck? I think only the yellow spiders can drop the ring. Unfortunate. When will Crate release the new expansion? Supposedly they're gonna spoiler the, or like, yeah, like basically spoiler the release date in May at some point. They may or may not do that, yep. It looks like a bunch of stats and it's not that bad, but it's not like the matching damage type and I would lose more resistances again. Maybe they just shadow drop the expansion. Maybe they just like shadow drop another delay to the expansion, yeah. Who knows? Yo, Corn, welcome on Bloomer. Still learning the game at softcore. What? Yeah, I'm not a veteran yet. If that's what you mean. I'm not a veteran gamer, just started playing this game right now, beginner. First time playing the game, man. This game is so hard, you have to learn it more than once. The Snapper RPX 210. When you posted that earlier, like yesterday, I was like, I had to actually Google it, like, wait, is it actually not just random words, but it's actually like a lawnmower? That was quite funny. It actually is. You dropped some random lawnmower lore right there. Alright. Cool. So the main reason why we did this is, of course, to get another quest completed, which is part of the main quest line anyway. But also,
Welcome to
because we get another devotion shrine, and even more importantly, at least right now, we get another bag. More bag space. Woohoo.
See anything you like? Put it to good use.
Let's put it to good use. Okay, if I want to play lightning damage, right, I could go for... Honestly, like, early tsunami is not that bad nowadays. I could still go tsunami. Then, of course, you go, like, arcane bomb or some shit like that, right?
Grim Dawn's most comprehensive free update ever is now available. V1.2 is dense with new features, mechanics, and quality of life improvements that have been on top of your wish lists. You can look forward to improved leveling, better difficulty skips, new accessibility features, a dedicated evade ability, and much, much more. V1.2 is, without a doubt, our Labour of Love update that will usher in the next era of Grim Dawn before Fangs of Astrakhan is released in 2024. Clueless.
Okay, clueless. In 2024, yeah. Heaviest, biggest copium ever, dude. 1.2 was insane though, not gonna lie. Thanks to Vastakar in 2024, yep, surely. Hey, close enough. They just missed their overall like development time by basically 100% by taking twice as long as initially intended. But maybe the content they're gonna give us is also gonna be twice as much, right? Maybe. Maybe not quite, but maybe. Surely. Surely even. Hi, I'm Envy. Hello, Envy. Wait, your YouTube name is not even Hilm Envy. It's actually just Hi, I'm Envy. What the fuck? Well, he didn't change it on Twitch, I think. To be fair, he changed his name on Twitch at least, like, I think once as well. And he changed it from, like, Hi, I'm Envy to Hi underscore I'm Envy or something like that. He got hacked. Imposter. Dude, the word Hilm, I'm always thinking about somebody basically like using, like, the grass part of grain as a helmet, like a straw helmet, basically. That's a, like in my mind, a helm is a straw helmet. I don't know why, like a straw helm as a helm. Because it sounds similar to the German word Halm as well, but also helm. Right, so it's like kind of... That's what I... So I imagine like Hilm Envy being like a guy called Envy. Maybe who's envious as well of something, who knows. Wearing like kind of like a straw helmet. Alright, random brain lore drop right there. Random wrecked by brain. I should like add like Word of Pain to what I'm doing right now to get even more damage. But then again, I don't mind like pushing my bar right now. Like I really have like not that much HP anyway as an Inquisitor, so... I mean, this is chill so far. Why Stormbox and not Seal? Seed of what? Inquisitor Seal? As a damage ability? I mean, you could, but... Wait, why?
Well, I'll be.
Wait, it's like 25. I mean, I don't have it yet, right? If I like would retake all of my points from box, I could like push here and then like take it, but it wouldn't have that many points, and you could. I mean, I guess for like early normal gaming, it's not even that like bad damage-wise, but I think it's gonna fall off like even sooner than box, right? Like box with the right items kinda doesn't fall off that much anyway. I mean, also box stacks and seal doesn't, yeah. This one has lightning damage, let's go. What stacks from the box? The flat lightning, I believe, from the base ability. I mean, all the dots obviously don't stack. And I think the tether also doesn't stack unless you make like enemies like walk through tether, like more than like different tethers. I think that might stack. Oh, you meant Word of Pain? I mean, Word of Pain is like slightly better for AoE. I agree on that. But I believe, or rather I would say it is significantly worse for single target. You can run both though, and you can combine the two and like put points into skill A or skill B is again whichever way you want to basically. Like I would say if you had to choose only one of the two, I would always go for box, but if you want to, you can also run both, and it's fine. If you tether two different targets, it might or might not stack, exactly. And it might or might not even stack dot damage. I don't know. I don't know how the tether. I mean, I know the tether is like kind of like a channeling skill basically, but I'm not sure if like you're the source or the enemy on which it's like put as kind of. I mean, you have to be the source, so I guess it doesn't stack. Even if you get like, even if you make like enemies get hit by multiple tethers, I guess. But the flat lightning should stack. I think make it stack. Just change the engine, lol. Yeah. Just change the template. There's a door there. I mean, there's a door, yeah. Sometimes. What do you mean, there's no door? Sometimes there is a door. Well, it's not one layout, right? Like every single blockage can be like it's individually different from any other blockage, so there's not like only 3 different layouts. There's like I don't know how many different layouts possibilities in general. I mean, there's only one layout, one base layout with like only minor changes in pathing, but those minor changes in pathing, there's like a lot of variants, or like many different combinations. Well, so like the map itself is static in Grim Dawn, right? But there are like these blockage spawners, and you usually have like 3 or 4 of them together in one group, which means then like block is gonna like spawn in one of those 3 locations. But you have like more than one blockage usually, so there's usually like 3 or 4 of those groups. So you have like a 1 in 3 chance, and that's like individually calculated for like all the groups. So yeah, that's like lots of combinations generally. Sometimes it's even the other way around. Sometimes if it's like a map with like tons of blockages, it can be the other way around. Say like 3 potential blockage spawners are together in one group, but instead of only 1 spawning, it is all but 1 spawning, right? So there's only like 1 open, and all the others block you. There is one layout where you have to go to the center, but that's like a 1 in 12 or something like that chance, basically, because it's like you have to hit like multiple like 1 in 3s or something like that. So it's maybe like a 1 in 9 or maybe like 1 in 27. I think it's like a 1 in... I think it might be like a 1 in 12, because it's like one is like a 1 out of 3 and the other one is like a 1 out of 4. But yeah, sometimes you do have to go all the way to through the cellar. Very rarely though.
Ah, we speak at last.
Not doing the map like every other RPG. I like generally, I think for a campaign, I prefer Grim Dawn's system by a lot when it comes to like world immersion and so on. Because the world itself always is the same. Because, I mean, a world in real life also doesn't really change much unless there's like volcanoes erupting or some like rivers changing their flows, you know? So I like that actually, because it's static. But then you do still have like some pathing variants because of some like blockades, and then like sometimes it like forces you to run like a suboptimal route. But because there's like different routes, you sometimes like get to see like a different part of the map as well, if you weren't full clearing before. But that's kind of cool. For like endgame SR stuff though, the map, I mean, Shattered Realm does exist in Grim Dawn, but Shattered Realm, literally every single Shattered Realm map is handcrafted as well. There's nothing randomly generated about any SR map. And as a developer, you can imagine the pain of having to like handcraft all those SR levels. So for SR, it's like gigafucked, the system, but for campaign, I really like the system a lot more. Whereas most other RPGs are like rather the other way around, at least PoE is, and I believe. Well, Last Epoch is also actually static, right? Ellie has like the same system, except Ellie forgot to add multiple paths and forgot to add like some variety and variance, so Last Epoch just feels kind of bland and always the same, and more boring. Grim Dawn blockage feels toxic like a bait in Grim Dawn. I honestly like it. I mean, sure, you're getting annoyed sometimes that you're getting blocked here or there, but ultimately it does bring some variety, right? It can be a little annoying, I guess, for like speedrunning, but then again, for speedrunning, you just like use skips anyway, and then like the automatic path finding is gonna find your path anyway. It's not like that big of a deal. Hey, elemental damage, sure, we're losing like some stuff here, but also we have a aggressive of thunder, which is Giga. This is a stun jax offhand, but I mean, it's also insane for a box at this point. Let's start removing yellows, I don't really need them anymore. Bye bye. They're also not worth selling, they like sell for nothing basically. LE damage, sure. Let's get some of that. Vigorous of Dreeg's Gaze. Bold Splitter. The age of the engine is not the problem. Well, yeah, the problem is like how the entire engine was like set up initially in the first place. It's like you can have an old engine that can support proper random map gen, and you can have an engine that doesn't. It doesn't really have to do anything with the age. But once the engine is done, adding something like that retroactively is You might as well like just write a new engine at that point, you know. Which is basically what Crate is doing for Grim Dawn 2 anyway, so. New engine, hooray! Just hard code everything in your engine, yeah. Yeah, PoE's engine is from like 2000, like mid or late 2000s as well. Like mid 2000s rather, yeah. Whereas this one is like Grim Dawn's engine, sure they upgraded it a lot and they tweaked some things here and there, but the initial engine was like written for Titan Quest, so it's from, I don't know, like 25 years ago now basically. Old engine. Right, let's put one here, one like here, and one here. Let's get some more HP from Word of Renewal. Yo, Grey maybe. Grey Mablesy. Are they working on Grim Dawn 2? Well, they have finished their new engine recently, on which they will produce a new RTS game, real-time strategy game, as well as eventually Grim Dawn 2. And they are planning to start like pre-production of Grim Dawn 2 after Fangs of Aztekon release at some point, I assume, like at some point this year. Which is nice. And I mean, RTS is honestly also cool. I generally like RTS as a genre more than ARPGs even, so sounds good to me.
I've been expecting you.
Whee. He's been expecting me, but did he expect these lightning bolts in his face?
When I'm done with you, I will crush
Seems like he didn't.
now. I will demonstrate my true
Power. True power wrecked by a box. El Mao. You contacted Mr. Monday. Nice. Well, Mr. Monday doesn't have 4 himself, but you wanna basically any kind of like 4 testing. You wanna hold on. I can just put you into like close testing maybe, or just like report to myself as in a DM. I think for now is maybe like the best to keep spoilers away from people. I don't want to like draw any Xantai attention either.
Good, you're back. One of you. That's good work. There is that the warden's defeat is a. So you must be the guy before.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
I mean, there should be no actual like Fangs of Aztekon files in like the season right now, though. Like only references to Aztekon files, basically, or like stuff that requires Aztekon templates to work in the first place, and then like that kind of stuff. Well, like works if you have Aztekon installed, and it doesn't if you don't have it installed. Let's say it like that. Hey Rect, don't know how to get a girl, I just don't like spending money on them. How can I solve the situation?
I cannot speak.
Yeah, don't spend money on them. Otherwise, I don't know, man. You gotta start going out and doing hobbies that also girls do, I guess. As boring as they might be sound or are sometimes. And yeah, don't spend money on them. I mean, you can spend money on your relationship once you're married. I think that's totally valid. Like, invest into your family or whatever, but like, basically before you're married or living together, it makes no sense. No romance at all? Well, I mean, you can... I mean, it depends what, like, spending money on somebody means, right? You can be romantic without spending money on somebody. You can, of course, like, buy somebody, like, you know, gifts of, like, gratitude, like, or like, what is it called? Like flowers and stuff, or chocolate or whatever, right? But, like, that's not, like, what I mean by spending money on them, you know? Or it's also fine to, like, you know... like invite them for, like, if you invite somebody for dinner, you can also like pay dinner for them sometimes, because ideally in a healthy like relationship or like in a healthy dating phase, also like she's gonna pay for dinner as well sometimes, depending on like maybe how much she's earning and how much you're earning. But I showed you my Steam library, please respond. Okay, I think we're skipping the Slith necklace quest though, like what the heck, man, the Slith aren't gonna drop their necklaces, then we aren't gonna help them. Or we aren't gonna do this quest, I guess. Let's go through the portal real quick and get a movement ability. How do I level up this woman build you were talking about?
So, the three have to go.
The emissary warned me.
To be fair, flowers is a good point. Like, flowers is always like easy for like easy impression most of the time, right? Flowers, I mean, flowers can be expensive, but they can also be very cheap if you just need to like know where to get the right flowers. And I don't think like most women care about how expensive they are, they just want any kind of like appreciation, basically. And if they do care about, or like if they are like, oh, why didn't you buy me better flowers? And then you can be just like, yeah, well, okay, fuck off.
The weeping spines do not lie. You have come to fragment the memories of the forgotten. But who will stand by your side? Much purpose flows within you.
Much
Allow me
purpose
to
flows
temper
within
that
you.
potential.
Yeah, okay. I mean, choose whichever guy you want to be a part of.
Left of my wares.
Rift Tear, or like, I mean, whatever movement ability rather you want to use. First of all, we gotta use a medal though. This one's level 20. It's a pretty decent medal. Do I want to continue this act? I think I want to actually continue this act. Because in this act, you can get... wait, actually Enslaved Wraiths from Act 5, not this act. But you can get like the Chosen Mask for Stormbox, like a pretty nice helmet. Yeah, but then again, like, Act 2 also has Ulra Praxis Sting, right?
The skies, our seers.
When Fangs of Astakarn. Tomorrow, hooray. Maybe tomorrow we'll get a random, like, drop about the release date, who knows. Probably not, but maybe.
Ich sage, ich gehe einkaufen. Sie sagt, bring mir bitte neue Kopfhörer mit. Ich frage, was für Kopfhörer sie möchte. Sie sagt, blau sollen sie sein. Ich beende das Gespräch.
I mean, honestly, that is a valid conversation that you can have. You can just be like, okay, buy some blue, like, headphones, and if she doesn't like them, you can just be like, okay, either... Like, you just, like, keep the receipt, right? Because if she doesn't like them, just... Like, you can, put them back, basically. Get your money back. What is this, dude? But men are superior, better at basically everything, so why only men has to act like they need a relationship? Wait, what? What? Most sanest YouTube comment. Classic YouTube comment. I mean... What? Roman was talking about his out of his ass about weak beta man without testosterone today as well. I mean, he's called Roman for a reason. He might as well call himself like Spartan. Base game done already at level 17. Yeah, we just defeated Logorian. Easy speedrun. Mad Roman, average person from Romania. Wait, was he ranting on your guys' Discord? I think I gotta read that. Because, like, sometimes I feel like those people can have, like, a point, but it's obviously, like, usually a little... very over the top and very ridiculous. But also there's women out there that literally think that, like, men should be like that. And that's why I have, like, some men acting like that. And because they have, like, found a woman who wants men to be like that, they think, like, all men should be like that. Because their woman thinks that men should be like that. They should just date each other then. I mean, that's what they do, probably, because I don't know if he has a wife or something, but... I'm not sure. Weren't Spartan, like, all fucking each other as well? Yeah, like true men with high testosterone. Only the receiving part is gay. Everybody knows that.
Männer müssen keine Riesenbabys sein, mit ihrem blöden Diablo 4 Brucet.
Reason babies. I mean, all men playing Diablo 4 are the real men because they all have like 7 women and 69 kids. We all know that. That's why they don't have time to play the game. And that's why Diablo 4 needs to be, you know, giving you like quick quick everything basically. 12 jobs to true. They gotta feed their whole generation. Gotta feed their whole like Mormon cult. It sucks being alone, I agree, but being with a woman is far worse. It depends what kind of... I mean, if you are with a woman that makes you feel... that makes your life miserable, just quit it. That's what I did with my last relationship. Like, she was like, blah blah blah, you have to do this, that, yada yada yada. Tried to appeal to her here and there. It worked for a bit. In some ways it also like made me a stronger man, you could say, but ultimately I had like enough of this bullshit. Like, holy shit, it was so fucking toxic, dude. I was like, I need a unlimited break from your bullshit, basically. Oh my god, they just keep on going. Sassy6998 says, that's why she-males are the superior mating partner, no bullshit plus cock. I mean, whatever floats your boat, man. I don't judge. There's nothing wrong with having whatever partner you prefer to have be with. I would not say that's a like a general statement that should be made. You judge, holy fuck. I mean, I don't judge people like doing that, but saying that it's generally better to date somebody like that is just, you know, it's not a good thing to say in my opinion. VIP that guy. Oh shit. What is happening? Hey, we could play like Inquisitor Seal actually. Actual Seal gamer. I feel like going to Forgotten Ghosts first was a mistake. Like, sure, the one helmet is nice, but the helmet is like, you get it like over here, not here. And Forgotten Gods is definitely a little harder than Act 2. So let me just clear this this area, and then I'll craft some components, which apparently I also forgot to do. And then we'll continue in Act 2. I think that's faster, easier, better to do. Metal, I need level 20 for my metal. I could also just buy a metal, yeah, sure. Like a lower level metal. I'm kinda lazy right now though. Lazy and stingy. Also, you only have to like fight Ramzul, right? And don't fight him on veteran with this kind of gear. But on normal, I guess it's fine. Also, all the scorpions are like pretty lightning resistant, not gonna lie. And my lightning damage right now is still not that great, right? 114%. Yeah, it could be better for sure. Femboys are submissive and breedable. Sun Tzu. But I thought that's like what Lippen Oppenheimer said. Oh. Please don't ban me, I just like your streams. Hey, I don't ban easily. No worries. I have banned like 1 or 2 or 3 people in my life in my chat. But they have went on to absolute savagery and personal attacks. Like, everybody can have their opinion, you know? As long as you're able to respect other opinions as well. I'm usually trying my best to do that as well, even though I probably agree with not many people in my chat on many things. On other things, probably I will agree on many things, but on others I feel like I don't know if I would agree on many things. I got the 2 halberds, yeah. I got 2 halberds here. I also got this Fangs of Astakan item here. That's kind of what I wanted to at least complete Ramzul's area. Because even though there's like a Thermite Mine, Were-Raven, Werewolf, whatever item, and the other one that you can drop is like for Wind Devils and shit, it's still a lightning, like, scepter, with like lightning damage by default. And that's good, even for Stormbox. So yeah, just one more level. And let's start crafting some components real quick. I just feel some kind of hatred from girls here. Wait, what? Girls in my chat? Huh? What kind of girls? Are there girls present right now in this chat? And Naomi is in chat, I guess, but she's like a total degen as well. And maybe there's like one or two other women. Illumina, is she a girl? Maybe I should bot him after all. It's a little hard to listen to. I apologize. Excuse me, this is a gay chat now, girls allowed. I often act as a total pussy, does it count? Okay, maybe we should like change topic at some point. This is getting a little ridiculous. Anyway, so what can we get for lightning damage? We can get Hellbane's ammo, which is a lightning buff, aura buff. Did YouTube is... What is wrong with YouTube today, man? Did you take your pills, YouTube? Are you alright? Alright, let's just go search for like lightning damage. I mean, Stormcold Effigy is decent too, but again, it's a blue item. And as a blue item, it's worse than a Monster Frequent with a fitting affix on top most of the time, so we're selling it. What is this? Heavy armor of destruction. Yeah, you can have mods on YouTube. You have to set them. That is true. You're a bot. Welcome in, bot.
Put it to good use. I do the best I can with what I've got.
Helm should be a mod, yeah, maybe. Okay, let's use this here. Use this like here. Scale Tide. Use Wardstone, like, okay, on metal. Once we're level 20, right, we can juice this here, juice this there. Put like anti-venom salve and boots and belt. And then we can still like use polished emeralds. I guess, almost everywhere else. This is gonna go on the offhand though, at level 20 as well. And we can do like ancient armor plating once you find one for the pants. And here, what do I put on the weapon? Do I have enough for silver? Sure, let's do a silver, why not? Actually, let's put it on this weapon, might as well. And also, I forgot to get fabric number 3 actually. Let's go to the... Shit. The docks real quick. Important for you, if I was to do a one-time run of Grim Dawn campaign. What class should I go for that's the most fun? The one that you think is gonna be the most fun. Pretty much. There's a lot of viable beginner builds. Or like starter builds that you can choose from. Oathkeeper is fine as a secondary class, I would say, but as a primary class, it is pretty painful early on for leveling, yeah, I agree. It can pop off, but compared to most other classes, it's a little slow early. Yeah. Like, there are really fast Oathkeeper leveling builds, but they do require some rather specific items that you get like a little bit later down the line, so until that point you're very slow. And if you don't know when and where and how to get those items exactly, you're gonna feel like you're just slow and shit at the game for longer than you need to. How do I need more and more scrap, dude? Oh, because I was crafting so much stuff. Makes sense, makes sense. If you're missing scrap early, just pay another visit to the like scrapyard here. Oh, dump it's called. You can even like go into the cave entrance, why not? Kill the mob here. At least now we should be like definitely strong enough. Scrap pile? Well, no scrap, what the fuck? Final March boots, Not too bad. Beginner Inquisitor, but no Word of Pain. I mean, you can play Word of Pain if you want to on top, sure. Wait, there was not a single piece of scrap in this whole area? Oh. Okay, dude. There's usually like another pile of scrap around here. Is there not? Wait, do I have like the no scrap spawn? Oh, there it is. What the fuck? How did I not have enough scrap, man? Okay, I mean, what you can also do is you can just like reset your game and like farm scrap again. Or you can reset the game to reset your vendors.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
And just buy some more scrap here. I think I am gonna change the boots though, even though this is kinda close.
Need something broken down?
Okay.
Be safe.
Alright. What's my opinion on doing a lightning water first to fasten the leveling process, then switch to another water afterwards? I would very much agree with that take. I think lightning water... I mean, you can also play Void Rock, like cadence water. Honestly, that's not too bad either. But lightning water is probably like slightly faster still. And to be fair, I have one more spoiler for you. It will get another monster infrequent in Fangs of Astakarn. There's gonna be a monster infrequent, like one more supporting monster infrequent specifically for lightning, primary strike, water, so yeah. Is there a mod to respec your mastery? Oops, no. He shouldn't have died, fuck. There is a tool with which you can respec your masteries, yes. But you can also just make a new character. I mean, there's usually not the need to respec your mastery because like every mastery combination is viable and every mastery combination has like some good builds. Any Fangs news? No Fangs news today, or like so far. But maybe at some point in May, like Zend has said. Maybe a date in May. Well, we'll get a date for the release date in May, but the release date itself is not gonna be in May. Yeah, the tool is called GD Stash. I really don't like suggesting it to anybody who's not a playtester, to be fair, for the game, because you can pretty much cheat almost everything in this game with that tool if you really want to. Which ultimately will just ruin the fun of the game for you, so... well, in the seasons you can't, but outside of seasons you can, and you can ruin your own fun. And compared to other RPGs, I feel like Grand Dawn is a very fair game when it comes to how grindy it is, or like how non-grindy it is. Okay, time to equip items that are actually good. We have equipped some Mistwalker leg pants, leggings, a medal, which allows me to also use my movement ability finally, and then we're also using Ramzul's Storm Orbs, for example, in this case, in this build, because it gives me some more like lightning damage, even though we're not like using the skills attached to the item. But early game doesn't matter all that much. It's still like a nice lightning scepter, like a guaranteed lightning scepter, basically. Oh. I'm doing all the wrong choices today. What the fuck am I misclicking, man? He also doesn't need to die, really, does he? Oh well. What does the Ascension alter in the next expansion? I don't quite understand what it does. So you can basically sacrifice some materials at the altar to significantly change your campaign experience by either changing basically like global drop tables for items. So they will, for example, drop with different type of affixes, like, or affixes associated with like a different element. You can make certain special totems spawn, which have different enemies, which have different loot. You can spawn like Chthonian ambushes from chests. You can spawn some other scary enemies. Yeah, and some other stuff.
Look, shall we? Goodbye.
Do you spawn these things in a dungeon? No, they will spawn in the whole world, basically. Or like have a chance to spawn, like anywhere in the whole world. Some of which might have like a higher chance to spawn in dungeons, in roguelike dungeons. Some don't. Isn't Crystallum Archon like really good actually? Are they gonna announce when the patch is coming out? Well, at some point, yeah. Maybe in May. Like in May they will do the announcement. Supposedly. Announcement tomorrow, hooray! Oh well, since we did kill the one guy, we have Josephine Redden spawning here, which I haven't seen in a long time, honestly, here. Which means now we also have to kill her. But we will get this ring from her. Why the fuck does elite level 32, huh? Bruh. It's a decent ring, or honestly, like pretty good stats, but level 32, holy shit. This ring for stat stackers, speedrunners, I mean. Well, not for Endgame. Or is it? I doubt it. It has the highest stats for Endgame out of all rings. Are you really sure about that? That's crazy, actually. Like the highest, like, raw physique, cunning, and spirit. Well, otherwise it's pretty meh, I guess. Yeah, runner proxy thing is not the one we want the one from the next wasp. Ulra prox. Right, Ulra proxy thing is really nice, really good. How did I get my UI? I downloaded 1.3 public playtest. And then I got my UI. Which you can get here. The potion part actually I think is a little different to 1.3 public as well. The potion UI is thanks of us the current specific, so that is not actually part of the public 1.3, but only of the like internal testing 1.3. So we gotta work towards Widow, right? And probably also Eddy Storm, so we need more greens. More greens, more greens, more greens. It's gonna be like Quill, Scotter's Light, I guess. Those are the best at this early stage, I think. they can't just make an announcement, they need to do like PoE2 style trailer, gameplay demonstration, QA.
Keep your weapon.
Come see what's left.
Maybe I can get Zentai to stream with me, then Zentai can answer questions in chat, give us a release date, and I can give you gameplay at the same time.
Put it to good use.
Maybe. Yeah, they could have done like way more with like energy as a mechanic. There's no like take damage to energy before HP. There's no like, I don't know, like there's nothing that you could. There's certainly things you can do with energy or mana in general. And Grim Dawn does like none of it. Doesn't even try. Energy in Grim Dawn is only there, so it feels shit early. To be fair, I'd rather have it be like that than to not exist at all. Because at least it's still like a puzzle on some builds, and you always have to like balance your spirit sometimes, or like your energy regen in general at least. Otherwise you run out of energy and then out of damage. So I do actually, personally at least, enjoy that part. But like they could do more than just that with it. Flames of Ignafar. He just died. What can you do? Yeah, PB build is basically energy stacker early on. Like you only have physique and cunning to equip weapons and gear, and everything else has to be like full spirit mode. Because otherwise you're out of... And you also want to ideally always have an offhand, always have like a chest and helmet with energy regen and rings, so... PvP energy is like a little better now, I think, than before, but you kinda still need a lot of energy gear, I would say. I mean, Phantasmal Blades is totally fine, I think, as a starter ability. It is energy hungry, yes, but like the game gives you tools. Like there are enough tools in the game. You just have to use them. Wait, now the potion is bugged again. What the fuck? It wasn't when I started today, right? What is happening with the potion, man? It's so weird. I think Scholar's Light is actually better than Quill earlier. Very slightly so. Because like you get faster to the third node, and the third node is kind of decent like damage and regen, like energy regen. What node? This one. It's like way better than node 3 and Quill. I mean, I think early game probably even better than the last node and Quill. How do you get that before Cronley? Did I say that? I didn't mean to. I mean, I wasn't talking about speedrunning, to be fair. For speedrunning, it's a different story, yeah. Oh wait, they made energy worse for PB, not better? Wait, what? They speedrun everything. They even speedrun life sometimes, yeah. I do like to speedrun sometimes in-game, but IRL, I would like to not speedrun that much. So Bourbon's dog has come barking. Woof woof. Easy. Oh. Is it an actual useful double rare? No, of course not. Unlucky. Unlucky. Triple res, resistant, cronless signet. I mean, sure. Sounds good to me. Okay, do I want to add Word of Pain or what do I want to add? What skill do we add now? Rune of Hagrid? Do I want to play cold after all? Should we make a lightning or a cold Inquisitor chat? And we could do lightning Rune of Hagrid even, technically. When was the last time I had a cold? I had a pretty bad, terrible cold in November, actually. Luckily, since then, no more, but like... You are Inquisitor, Harry. Let's use the Rune of Hagrid. Hybrid Cold Lightning, I dare you. Anyway, we got some GG item here, or Reprox's thing. Damage to box and +1 to all skills to Inquisitor. I mean, what can you ask more for? Seems huge. Every spotter has it like another one of the 59. There's like this one like German Harry Potter series, let's call it. I feel like after you've seen that one, you don't need to see like any other like Harry Potter like mashup anymore. It's just... it's enough cancer for like your lifetime. Balenciaga version. I mean, the OG one was not AI yet, but Harry Potter und Einstein, yeah,
The world.
exactly.
Damn, now that we're not.
Come, friend, right to business. Nobody.
Back to business then. What's that? 5,500 cunning blade master. What the fuck am I looking at? Oh, it's like a build for the rings. I mean, I know the Balenciaga Harry Potter stuff as well. I've also seen those already. Harry Spotter. You're a spotter, Harry? Oh, these scammers. Rest in peace, scammers. Yeah, compared to what we have now, ODI was truly in its infant stages though. Let's get some more HP. Why am I going here? I'm not even playing the league, right? There's no secret room here. This is just a random ass boring boss. Oh wow, he used the skull. Oh wow, he died. AI is against your religion. Understandable. Whee. Tentacle monsters go boom. Oh, zap zap. I didn't hit them for the shield. I think the shield's pretty useless for this build. Yeah, it's literally useless. Oh, we got a blade of Elgoloth though, actually. Huh. That sounds like it's made for the storm box of Elgoloth. Is it better than the Ramzul's orb? Probably slightly better, actually. 25. When is PV2 stuff? In 1 hour, right? 1 hour for 0.5 review. Then we can do a poll of like PV2 is still bad or not. I mean, PV2 is not bad, but PV2 equals PV1. I would disagree. It does have some like similarities, but overall, I think it's definitely a different game. Which PvE 1 and 2 had an offline mode? To be fair, PvE 1 and 2, since they're like pause function, they have like by far the best like hardcore online experience, because you literally cannot die to any kind of like server shit lags anymore properly. Like you always DC almost perfectly before you die. Unlike in games like Lassie Pork or I don't know how Diablo 4 handles it. I don't want to know even, I think. But like in LE, it's still the way it used to be in PoE as well. Like if you DC, you're high chance you're just gonna die and have to feel bad about dying. Like preserving a game, if servers go down like 10 years, you can still play. I mean, okay, that's the fair point. That is a fair point. That is nice to have. For sure. I think if I ever play Ellie again, I'll play, I honestly just play offline though. It's like, it's just so much smoother. Like, Ellie was made for offline mode in the first place. The whole, like, online part about the game. Sure, it helped them with, like, initial sales. It definitely did. But long term, I feel like it was a big fail. Going online. I mean, they could just like keep supporting the game as an offline game. Like, they don't have to run their servers. But they have also like invested so much into like their servers and like all the netcode and so on. Kind of shit netcode apparently, but it is netcode. As weird as it sounds, you have friends? Wait, what? This guy is boasting. What the fuck? Calm down. Friends in this economy? What? But they're all male friends, right? Because then you don't have to pay anything for them, right? Oh my god, let's not go there again. Jesus. Vigorous of Squalls. I mean, sure, why not? Let's go with the Squalls. Okay. Put this here again. Nice, nice. Hand in this quest. Nice, nice. Let's hand in the quests here as well, actually. A bit spaghetti, lol. Yeah, got like 200 hours in new season 4. I think season 4 is honestly not a bad season. It was pretty decent. I personally only had time to play it for like 2 days, but it was a pretty decent season. I think it was better than season 3. Kinda, I feel like big time investment style though. I kinda stopped playing Ellie after season 2. Not because Ellie... Not because I think Ellie is bad. Whether it is bad or not, that's like up to you to decide. I don't think Ellie is that bad of a game overall. But more just because I had like not as much time to play games anymore, and Grim Dawn is still Grim Dawn, you know, and it takes priority most of the times. Only play Diablo 3 because of friends. To be fair, I also only started playing Diablo 3 because of a friend who liked playing Diablo 3. Or liked playing Diablo in general. Well, back then it was only 2 and 3. And 1, of course. But, I mean, I played like 2 months with him. And I was like, yeah, sure, this is like a cool game, but it's also getting very boring very fast, because it's very one-dimensional. And then I just stopped playing Diablo 3 until... I stopped playing ARPGs in general until, well, Grim Dawn. Grim Dawn is my second ever ARPG. And before Grim Dawn I only played Diablo 3. Believe it or not.
We speak at last.
You played the D4 add-on because your cousin begged you to. I'm low-key liking it a bit. Yeah, apparently it's pretty good. For people that basically enjoyed playing Diablo 3. Never played Valnasing? Nope, I still have not. I still don't know what a true vampire hunter feels like. You also played Sacred 1 and 2. I was interested in maybe like playing the Sacred Remaster or whatever, because I've never played Sacred. But supposedly Sacred Remaster was shit, so... I have still not played Sacred ever. When are we gonna play Star Wars The Old Republic MMO? I had a friend who played Star Wars The Old Republic. I've never played it myself though. Never played that one either. Only $70 for Diablo 4. Like including expansion or without expansion? That's without expansion. Like to get like everything up to date, it's like still like $110, something like that, right? Base game and both add-ons. It's a bundle. Oh. That's how they get you. I mean, Grim Dawn is also going to be a full bundle, like with the expansion, I think. It would be stupid to not have it like that. $5 trillion for Omega Hyper Edition. Get a little statue in your room. You can get Mephisted by Mephisto. I mean, what? Mephisto statue. Hey Marcus, welcome in. Age of Hatred. Yeah, I already hate the name. And the rest of it too. At least they're honest about it, you know? Get the Age of Hatred collection now. Mephisto up your life. Get it now. Log in now, Blue Boar. Favorite act? I kind of low-key like Act 2 actually. I also like Act 3. But I mean, like, design-wise and so on, I think Act 5 maybe is my favorite. Or Forgotten Gods. Or Act 3. Nah. I mean, Bloodgrove is cool. And like... I mean, the farmlands are a little cringe. Act 1 is also... Act 1 is unparalleled when it comes to setting, the like initial setting of the game, the lore, all the like side areas, all the side quests and so on. It's really great for that. But for actual like game pacing and so on, like replaying stuff, I'm not sure if it's because you're a lot faster in Act 2 and 3 than you are in Act 1 as a character because you're more powerful. I kind of like 2 and 3 for like multiple playthroughs, just like, you know, run and chill. That said, I also really like the new Forgotten Gods. I mean, Fangs of Astakarn Act. That's all I can say about it. I can't say that much about it, but I can say I like not all about it, but most of it. I was informed that Wolsen Lords of Mayhem was shut down. What? You can still play offline mode, right? Like Wolsen actually had an offline mode. Yeah, DC is kind of like the hub that you'd want to actually expand upon, right? Like, I didn't see... maybe Homestead you also kind of want to, like, build up a bit more. But mostly Denver's Crossing. The other hubs, I mean, the Corvin City, for example, like the Udenborg, they don't feel like they need help, you know? They're already, like, fleshed out. They already, like, set up properly. They look nice. Denver's Crossing is, like... holding on to like a single string, it feels like. So when you start patching the whatever I call like the ceilings with like the fabrics and so on, right? It's kind of nice. And Homestead, it's doing a little better, but also feels kind of like you want to help them like retrieve their cannons and, you know, like start building up the farms and play some Father's Frontier basically in Homestead. Oh, Mr. Uga Uga. Ugru Voldrak, the Destroyer. He's only gonna destroy these nuts. With the same. Terrible, 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 but I think blue items like sell for a bit more. Yeah, if you don't like lightning and water for some reason, you can just play this item and play like physical cadence. Pretty natural transition into Avenger, or like pretty natural leveling build for Avenger. Yeah, the rainbow filter mod is arguably like the only mod like that's borderline mandatory. I don't think it's really mandatory though. For most people, like for many people it is. And if you're new to the game, it definitely helps you to learn like affixes and so on a lot easier. Dude, why are blue items so shit? Fucking guardsman set. Why is it so bad? Okay, do I want to change my weapon to the curse, the cleansed blade of Elgoloth rather? I think that's a yes. So this is not a shit blue item for once. Very nice.
Take a look, shall we? Bring me back something.
Alright, why am I still using a yellow belt?
Left of my wares.
Is there a good belt here?
I'll give you a good price on what I've
No?
got left. See you around.
The Ramzul's item that I just destroyed is a Fangs of Astakarn weapon, yes. Correct. Ramzul, the first boss in Forgotten Gods basically, and the... What's it called again? Temple of Posure. We'll drop it. Well, he can drop like 2 items even. The one I had is one of the 2. The other one is kind of similar though. The other one is a Lightning Aether Wind Devil item.
Well, if it isn't my old friend from Devil's Crossing.
Because we didn't have enough Wind Devil support yet, and the Wind Devil wasn't strong enough for leveling yet, right? Dude, the Wind Devil leveling is just ridiculous. They could have just colored the affixes in the game. I mean, they are doing that, but whatever is like the highest rarity overall just like colors the entire item into that color. That is what it is. Suidoken. What? Oh. A lot of stats. A lot of lines. No lightning damage, but I mean that's a lot of lines. A lot of resistances. Speaking of resistances, I do wanna get more vitality resistance because we are slowly but surely getting into areas where we will have more and more enemies dealing some vitality damage as well. Right now though we're doing fine. They make ultimate easier? No, but the game just had like a bit of power creep over the years. So right now ultimate is definitely easier than it used to be like 5 years ago, for example. It is definitely like noticeably easier, 100%. They didn't make the difficulty itself easier though. It's just power creep on like the player side. Skills got buffed, items got buffed. Ultimate needs a veteran. Well, we're getting Ascended mode. Which is basically Ultimate Veteran. A bit more than just that, but yeah. Well, we're getting Veteran Ticker for all the relevant difficulties. Which is why Elite is not getting any. Crab Turtle Behemoth. Crab turtles are attacking. One and the two and the three. They already have Aetherus capped. Holy shit. Oh. I mean, for normal, I feel like Stormbox is maybe actually still better than Rune of Color Store, right? Like, at least for everything that's not a boss. Colors, like, box is just so OP as well. I mean, not sure, like, on normal, like, as long as you somewhat know what you're doing, everything is giga easy anyway. Like, normal at this point, they might as well, like, rename to Journalist difficulty, not gonna lie. Wait. And Word of Pain, like, does the same. I mean, it's a bit better for AoE, yeah. Right, am I losing my mind? Where the hell is Mogara? She's over here, right? Yeah. Somehow went the wrong way. Whoops. Or like a slight detour. Word of Pain is certainly nice if you wanna be, I guess, even lazier. And like when it comes to clicking buttons. What's the end build for this guy gonna be? At this point I don't know. I don't know yet. I'm primarily just interested in just checking once again, double checking how ridiculously strong Stormbox is for leveling, or well, Word of Pain is like similarly strong. Or you just combine it too, it's also fine, of course. That's the wrong one actually. You want to get the one that is not marked on the map. At Siri Bath Water Live Reveal. It's not gonna be at Siri patch, is it? What is it gonna be? Who's gonna be the new big bad guy in 0.5? What do you think, guys? An ancient evil, right? Some ancient evil. Great Guardians prefix. Interesting. The Dota patch. Oh yeah, Defenders of the Ancients. True. Tota. Defenders of the Ancients. I kinda should like try retail maybe with this. Yeah, but it's fucking blade barrier, right? What the? What the? Shield block blade barrier. Wait, but the block only matters kinda for like Briar Thorns, I guess, in a way, which has retail damage on it. Yeah, I mean this. What the fuck? It's like a Nightblade retail item. Like what? Like a retaliation dervish? I mean, no way you're playing retaliation witch hunter. I mean, I guess you could as well, but that would be wild. I think the idea behind the item is pretty cool, but it's probably not quite strong enough, or like it doesn't quite have enough support. But I like the idea a lot, actually. Even though the playstyle is a bit troll, but... Okay, maybe that's a hot take, but I think they should give Blade Barrier a similar treatment to what I did with Mirror of Hierarchies in the season. But to compensate, they should reduce the cooldown. So like it has a way lower cooldown, but it doesn't absorb like 100% of the damage, maybe like 50% at max level or something like that. And you could actually like use it a lot more, and also like use it for damage much more proactively. Because I mean, for defense it's kinda shit in a way anyway, because you're literally standing still, like you're rooting yourself in place, right? It's so bad. Imperious of Kings is nice. It's really nice, but well, technically it's not channeling, it's like self-rooting. But yeah. To be fair, if it was channeling, it would be a lot better, because then you could like decide when you wanna stop it, right? But because it's not channeling, it's self-rooting, you cannot decide when you want to end it. It's such a shit skill. Like, if it was actually channeling, it would be a cool skill. Would actually be a good skill then. They should just change it to be like IO Reckoning template. Make it so that you cannot move.
Here's some blooms. Rekt, Blumsli direkt,
But because it's our reckoning template, then you could like...
Blumsli direkt, Fails, Blum, Rekt, Fails,
Oh,
Blum,
here
Rekt,
come the
Fails,
blooms.
Blum, Rekt, Erekt, Gerekt, Cocktail, Rekt, Blumsli direkt, Blumsli direkt, Blumsli direkt,
The
Blumsli
erect
direkt,
blooms.
Blumsli direkt, Blumsli direkt, Erekt, Kodroll rechts, Skrip rechts, Blumsli direkt, Blumsliede.
Thank you so much for 58 months, Thomason. Thank you so much, thank you so much. Welcome back to the Bloomers, much appreciated. How's it going? Welcome in. Hope you're doing good.
Put it to good use.
Tinkering is my specialty.
Wouldn't it just be PoE Blade Fury at that point? I don't know what PoE Blade Fury is personally, actually. I don't know. What I do know, though, is it would be mechanically superior. That's what I know. Is there like a set percent overcap to be safe? Usually people would say, I would also say, if you want to be like really, really safe, you go for like 30 to 35% overcap. For almost everything. You stand still and blades come out of you. I mean, with blade barriers, you still have to get hit, right? But if you change it to our reckoning template, then it would also like deal damage around you, I guess. But you could change it to be like our reckoning, but not do any damage unless you get hit. That should also work, I think. What build is this? This is the build for now. It's just one button click, Stormbox, and you run around kind of build. Of course, you can always add Word of Pain to a build like this. And for AoE that might be a bit better. But I feel like for AoE this is almost good enough anyway, and I kinda just wanted to check how like pure Word of Pain, pure box feels like. And I would say it's still good enough. Can I answer a question about a build you're following? Sure. Ask away, Extreme. How you doing, man? Welcome, by the way. Does Mogojogan still reduce your rest by like 80%? Yeah, and he also sunders your ass. So just don't stand inside a cloud. Yeah, you can post. Just post. If it's just like a quick look. I'm a little rusty when it comes to like the very most optimal devotions, to be fair. I gotta admit. Or like giga juiced endgame. But maybe chat also has some input. Ultos, Bultos, Hydra, Tempest, Kraken, Turtle, To me, it seems like it's fine. I probably... I think for defense though, like... Turtle is a little out of meta again. I mean, Turtle can be still good for some builds, but not sure if it's good enough for this build. And I mean, you're playing spam Promise Strike, right? You're not playing cooldown Promise Strike with Raka Jax, so... And you already have Behemoth. And if you're playing spam Promise Strike, I feel like you should just like try to rely on Leech. Behemoth is not that expensive, so fitting it in can be okay, I guess. As long as you have enough HP though, I don't think you need Turtle. And the Shaman Inquisitor should have plenty of HP, I think, on the current bench. You don't know how they did it? You don't know how you reach all of the devotion points? I mean, you just fill out the tier 3 last. Right, that's always a trick. You fill out the rest first. And then you do ultos last. God kväll, Lökbaronen. Välkommen in. Wait. Was wait, is that actually Swedish for Baron? I forgot what's Baroness in Swedish. Oh, I need to polish my Swedish again. Friherre, maybe? Something like that. It's locked. Oh no. Who was it locked by? Oh shit, the healers. Sup. Många lagar som Tempest att gråta. Många lager av luck. Ja. Alright. We gotta start going for the crown next. Aim for the crown. Okay, so we want to know how to get to this devotion setup. Let's try replicating it then. And let's try replicating it by deselecting this again. Sounds like a natural. So you need 10, 10, 6, and then also 5 for Tempest. So there's a throne here. I mean, if you wanna get like the quick setup, this is not like what you should do while leveling. This is just what you do once you are like max level and you have like all the points, right? So you want to grab Hawk anyway, and then you might as well like grab something like Spider. Then you need to grab this for the purple, right? Then you need to grab some red, and for reds, well, you're gonna get reds from Kraken and Hydra, right? So let's try to get the Kraken going first. But for blues, we only want Kraken Widow, so we gotta like pick another blue first. This is when we have to like respec a lot, actually. That's why it seems like a little tricky at first. Right, but you eventually will get there. Yep, we can pretty much get everything, I think. Like all the tier 2s. Getting all the tier 2s is the most important part, because like tier 2s, they require a lot of affinity, but they also give you affinity back. So focus on those first, and like pick the ones that aren't completed and that are tier 3 last. And now we have already like everything except for Ultos, Behemoth, and Roan's Crown, as you can see, right? So now you just respec everything that you don't need anymore, like Eel, the nodes here, and the spider. And then you have 12 points which you can put into Ultos. What was it? Like Behemoth and Crown, right? Clip it and ship it, if you didn't follow. Yeah, like you need to invest into Eel and Spider. Or something like that. Some greens like that. That you need to like invest into like couple tier 1 devotions. Which aren't part of your final setup, in order to reach all the tier 2s that you want to get in them, like for your end setup. Will new piety be added with the release of new DLS? Wait, do you mean for PoE 2 or for Grim Dawn? And what do you mean by new piety? New devotions? There will not be new devotions, if you mean devotions. There will be a new class, and there will be tons of items, and there will be other ways to strengthen your characters, but there will not be new devotions. No new devotions planned. Nope. Oh yeah, so we're done here. Let's go back to Deadman's Gulch, fetch Agram. And I think we're kind of like, well, 10 minutes away from the PoE 2 0.5 reveal, which I do want to check out. We did not find his sister. That's a little unlucky. She's sometimes a bit hard to find because of like different layouts. Let's send in some quests here. Can we kill the whole like croplands in 10 minutes? I think that's gonna be a little too clutch. Like we can maybe do like the derpa spiders, but whatever they're called. Wait, what did I? Wait, I killed Bloodbriar, did I not? Huh? I was in the right cave? Okay, I guess that's what we're spending our next 10 minutes on. Whoops. Whoops, whoops, whoops. And kill Rugaru on the way, why not? Another new Fangs of Astakon spoiler right here, right? The Drangul Savage Blade, Pierce Phantasmal Blades, and Onslaught. Pretty good item for both, actually. For both Onslaught as well as Pierce Phantasmal Blades, if you're interested in playing that. I did a playthrough of Pierce Phantasmal Blades as well, on a SSF run. Which is pretty good. Grim Dawn 2 maybe next decade, yep, exactly. Oh wait, I did go into the wrong cave here, what am I doing? I was lost in conversation last time and did not pay proper attention. Wait, what? Where is the entrance then? Oh, here it is. gonna be in your 50s by the time Grim Dawn 2 is out. Oof. I mean, you can still play games in your 50s, there's nothing wrong with that. And I mean, once you're retired, you will have even more time to play games again.
These are...
Ain't nobody stopping me like playing games in my retirement home, I can tell you that. Unless there's like some fucking world war or something. Who knows?
See anything you like?
+1 all skills Inquisitor shield. But not a single point of lightning damage. Close choices. Cortosian chest guard is actually kinda decent. Oh, it's no HP though, what? Man. Some of these blue items like need updates badly, dude. They need to be ascended badly. Can you get like 3 slit necklaces real quick? 3 necklaces, 5 minutes. Does somebody have the link for the stream? For the PoE 2 stream? Just so we are prepared. Oh, wait, this is not the right cave. I mean, it is a slit cave, but not the one I was looking for here. Any slit necklaces, please? Gimme. Kann ich bitte ein paar slit necklaces haben? Danke. Oh shit, another one? Alright. Easy enough. What build am I playing? I am the Storm box. The Storm in the box. Now they start dropping. What the heck? Okay, do I actually need the ring though? Wait. I mean, Vitality Rest is nice.
PLS Be Bad Po 2 update. Only cared pre-launch about that game. KAKG.
Pre-launch gamers. Is that the classic like Naomi hype cycle?
I'll give you a good price.
Before launch you care,
Iron well spent.
and you're hyped, and the second it launches, like despair and disappointment slowly but surely set in. Speaking of respecting devotions, let's respec a couple of devos here as well, real quick.
Farewell.
Let's grab this, respect that, and then get the crown. Alright, that's gonna be it for today, for this short, like, Act 1 and 2. Level 1 to 30. Leveling for the box Inquisitor here. I can give you a quick Grim Tools link. Oh, what the fuck? Why is my Grim Tools on flippin' Season 5, huh? Alright, there we go. Okay. If you're only here for Grim Dawn, thanks for watching. If you're also here for Path of Exile, stick around. Where's the fucking... Oh, there it is. The official stream. Path of Jonathan. That is the new Grim Dawn UI, yes. It is live on public playtest 1.3 and also, of course, will be live with the expansion coming soon this year and with the release date being announced in May, hopefully, actually. "30 seconds, boys. Log in." Dude, nobody can log in now. Why are people spamming login? Enable drops. Are they not enabled? They should be automatically enabled when you're like, when I'm like in the right category, right? Are there drops? I don't see any drops here. Drop info, huh? What the fuck is this? How do I enable drops? I need to log in? Oh my fucking god, dude. Hold on. No sound? Oh shit. Oh yeah, there's no sound on YouTube. Hold on. 1 second. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Shit, they changed the UI. Ritual reworked? Okay. Oh shit, there it is. Alright, do you have sound on YouTube now? Sorry about that. Wait, also Delirium rework? Delirium Pinnacle? Okay. Runes of Aldur. Remnant encounters. Kalguran skills for the cowgirls. Alright, alright, alright. Expedition also reworked? Expedition Pinnacle? Question mark? I mean, why not? A Spooder.
Hunt like it's your last.
Continue the search.
Hilda's Hansel, Doriani's... Wait, what? Atlas classes? Wait, what? 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 Atlas Abyss? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Did they just release Theory 3? New crafting systems? Just multiple new crafting systems? Spirit, Walker, Ascendancy? Wait, oh, like a third, Oh, no, it's two more. Martial Artist. Like Amazon and whatever is it called again? Monk? 14 new uniques. Okay, but where's swords? No fucking swords, dude. How? Look at chat as well, like no swords. What the fuck, dude?
So as you can see, there's just so much going on in Return of the Ancients, it's hard for even us to keep track.
So as you can see, there's no
and we
swords.
promised that this one was going to revamp the in-game, and I'm very excited to talk
Maybe
about
they're gonna be
it.
like,
But first,
just
let's talk
kidding.
about the League. So to do
Tomorrow,
that,
new
the hand is
reveal,
over to
swords are in.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Now, for those of you who are new to Path of Exile, each time we release an update, we also release a new league. Not only do we have a new economy, but we also introduce new content through the campaign, which gives you a fresh play experience right from the start of the game, as well as new mechanics, storylines, and in-game bosses. In the Runes of Eldur League, you will encounter a man being attacked by the undead in Clearfell. After saving him, he introduces himself as Pharaoh, a young blacksmith trying to bring back the ancient
Band-Aid.
art of Ezemite runesmithing.
Is the patch so good you would
He has been collating his
play it
discoveries in a
over a
tome,
date,
and is
so you
keen to
ban the
show you
dates?
how runesmithing works.
Huh?
By inscribing symbols on these ancient Ezemite remnants, you can create all manner of old magics.
Okay, hold on, what are they doing here?
Unfortunately, on doing so, the corpses of the nearby undead are revived and infused with some of the latent power, making for a difficult fight.
Okay. What is this ginormous crab thingy there?
After defeating these monsters,
Shrimp.
Pharaoh realizes that runesmithing is a dangerous business, and he is going to need the help of someone a little more martially inclined to discover these secrets. He lends you his tome and asks that you note down anything you discover when you return to him.
I'm new to Path of Exile every month.
In each area in the Runes of Eldur
Same,
League,
dude.
you will find a remnant.
Same.
And as you approach it, you will notice that some symbols are already present, and some are waiting for you to fill them in. Depending on which
Chat is
symbols
just
are already
going like a
present,
while about no
you'll have different
swords.
options for which items you can create using this magic.
I mean,
For example, if you combine Tempest
I am kinda too in a
and
way, to
lightning,
be fair.
you can
Not
create
no
an
meme.
orb of augmentation.
You create augmentation. You create Scroll of Wisdom.
But be careful. The symbols used to craft the items also empower the monsters around the remnant, who will be revived as undead to fight again with different properties depending on what runes you used. So, if you use a fire rune in your recipe, the monsters will be empowered with fire.
Makes sense.
Or if you use a moon rune, lunar beams will rain down as you fight the monsters.
Okay. Here you see like how a mace
After the
build
fight,
needs 5 billion
break
years
the
to
remnant to
attack.
receive
Yeah.
the item you crafted.
I see that hasn't changed.
As you get higher level, you will start to find remnants with more slots,
Which is
for more
fine
runes,
for a mace if you
allowing
had
you to
other
craft
melee
rarer
weapons like
items.
swords and axes.
As the number of slots increases though, more waves of monsters will be added. with each wave being empowered by
Just think if
more
all of these
and
league
more of the
mechanics are
runes.
present in Grim Dawn 2 on the release. Yeah... I mean, on release it would be kinda stupid.
And this can get pretty dicey.
I don't need an RPG to have like 5 billion releases. Like, I would rather have Grim Dawn to have swords than to have a single league mechanic, honestly. Like, I don't need a single one, I just need swords.
Like the
Like,
Oath
not even
Rune,
kidding.
which will cause one monster to be nominated as a leader,
It is for
spawning
like
waves
base
of
release.
minions. The leader itself will be invincible, but killing its minions will deal damage to it.
I mean, this stuff is cool as well, like, don't get me wrong, right? It's not bad, it's cool. Grim Dawn doesn't really have weapon types, that's... Yeah, I also do think that Grim Dawn 1 did
Some
not
recipes can get pretty
quite
large,
do the best
requiring
job at like
6,
differentiating different like
7,
weapon types properly, especially like melee weapon types.
or even 8 runes.
Could have done a better job at it. I don't think Path of
Don't
Exile
worry,
1 does
you
a good
won't
job at
have
it
to remember them.
either, to be
Pharaoh's
fair.
runecrafting book will record
And I'm not
all
sure
the
if Path of Exile
options,
2
allowing you to
does it
simply pick which one you want to
either,
craft,
with like
given
locking
the
all the
existing
skills
runes
to
that
like
are already
certain...
on the remnant.
Like,
To
if Path of
expand
Exile
your
2
knowledge and
didn't
to
lock
allow you
as
craft
many
more
skills to like
Pharaoh has asked that you keep
items,
an eye out
then
for
I
signs of
think
runic
it would be
magic
better.
around Rayclast.
But generally I
He wants to
like Path of
document
Exile's
anything you find in
idea.
order to rediscover the secrets of Ezomite runesmiths of old. The first of these can be found in Ogham.
Like there
It
was
reveals
this
to you an
one,
ancient secret, buried deep underground.
like reveal interview with like
The runic magic which the Ezomites believe to be their own is actually of Kalguran origin.
a weapon designer from Path of Exile 2, like before the first release of 0.1. And the
Thousands
presentation
years
of weapons
ago,
they did
the
there was, I
Kalgurans
think,
came to
really nice,
Rayclast
really
to
cool.
find sources of verisium, a metal on which engraved runes allow control over reality.
And I think a lot of that like diversity they had planned there got
Pharaoh
lost
is determined to learn these ancient ways and gain mastery over them.
because A,
If you can bring him more verisium, he'll be able to use it
there's
to
still
smith
like
power
half the
into
weapons
any
missing in the
armor,
game.
granting you runic ward, the power harnessed by the Kalgurans since ancient times.
And B, too many skills are like locked
Runic
to
ward
specific
is a new
skill, like to
resource that
specific
protects
weapon
you from
types.
death. Should you run out of life, your runic ward will kick in, sustaining your body until
Wait,
your
what?
life can return.
Wait, what?
It effectively acts as an extra life pool.
Wait, is
Of
this Diablo
course,
3 now?
Should you take enough damage to run out of that, you will still die.
Wait, what?
Every single piece of armor in the game can be upgraded this way.
This is just like Diablo 3
Even
cheap death
uniques.
mechanics.
Some are just a strict upgrade, giving runic ward with no downside. Others are more extreme,
At least against something like
sacrificing
Monkey.
defenses to get a much larger amount of runic ward. There are even some that add new modifiers to uniques entirely, making them much more viable for higher level play. But the Kalgurans use runic ward for more than just a defense. It can also be used to power many other magics. Instead of using gems created from corruption, the
A Google
Kalgurans
baby
used runes of
ARPG.
power and fueled them with runic
And then
ward.
pray it's not gonna be an abomination
Many
of all
of the
of
options
them.
available from remnant crafting are new
Could go
types
either
of
way.
Kalguran skills that exclusively spend runic ward to wreak havoc. An example is Triskelion Cascade. Using it will cause your next spell to be triggered multiple times in a Triskelion pattern. You can use it with skills like Ice Nova that you cast from yourself,
Triskelion pattern.
or with something you target at a distance, like Comet.
Huh.
There are also skills to modify existing effects
That's
using
pretty cool.
runic magic, like Frost Flame Nova. Using this skill on a pack of burning enemies will transform the Ignite into Frostfire, both burning them and building up freeze at the same time. You have basic buffs like Hollow Shell
The way
that
they do
guards all
ailments
nearby
and-
allies,
How you can influence stuff with ailments is really cool in PO2.
to more complicated mechanics like the Mark of Repulsion that creates a mark capable of pushing away all nearby enemies. Instead of spending mana, like skill gems do, all these skills cost runic ward, and unlike gems, they don't have a color. This means that they don't care about attribute requirements, or what kind of weapon you use. These skills are designed to be used on any class, and so
Okay.
often interact with mechanics that apply across many characters. By combining different runes together, the Kalgurans were able to support their runic abilities, and you can as well. There is also a
Why
set
isn't
of
it just
runic
every
supports
gem?
that can be combined
Well, we know
with
why it's not
regular
every
skill
gem, it's
gems
because of
in interesting
animations.
ways. Concussive runes allows you to add these concussive shockwaves
So to be
any skill
fair,
that stuns.
if they do it like that, right, you have like a couple skills that are
While Runic
like
Infusion lets you
locked
spend
to
ward
items because of
directly
animations.
empower the damage on any
And
skill.
then you have like a bunch of other skills that are
Now,
not locked.
there are other quests during the campaign too.
Then they could like
that
redeem
unlock
their
even more
two
interesting
locked
crafting methods.
system. And they have like a nice hybrid of
Buried deep
a
in the jungle in Act 3,
locked
you can
slash
find the
free
Mystic
system,
Refuge,
which is I think good enough.
containing even more secrets for Pharaoh to learn from. Using this knowledge, he gains the ability to reforge unique
What is
weapons.
this item?
With this technique, many low-level unique
The
weapons
Norse
can be
hymn.
upgraded to do significantly more damage. Now,
Additional-
we've been able to take
oh,
a
shit.
bunch of uniques that had interesting modifiers, but were not in-game viable, and give them a bit of a boost to get there. And it's not just low-level uniques.
Wait, just
All Kalguran uniques are able to be runeforged
the
this way
fizz
too,
damage? What the
and they
fuck?
can do some pretty interesting things. Like Searle's Grit, a new unique, which when runeforged can get one of several different outcomes. Now, there is still
So this basically
much more
makes
that you
like
can craft
leveling
with
or shit
runes.
uniques like endgame
There are
viable
also
potentially.
100 new runes, as well as many other new crafting currencies. This is the runes of Elder after all, and some of these runes have quite powerful effects. For example, this elemental conversion rune will convert all the existing mods on a non-unique weapon from one element to another. Using it, you could combine a weapon with all 3 elemental damage mods into a single element,
What
making a
the?
weapon with massive amounts of cold damage.
What the fuck?
There is also a rune that
Bruh.
lets you destroy your rune sockets to turn them into a dual socket on your item. And there are
That's
even
just
crafting
wild.
meta runes that can unlock new types of mods when used with regular crafting. For example, this Rune of Chronomancy will unlock a set of time-related mods to be crafted on your boots. Once placed inside, use regular crafting orbs to attempt to get new mods like cooldown speed or increased skill effectuation.
Huh.
You can also create a new type of currency called alloys. Using regular metals alloyed with verisium, new modifiers not normally available.
Dude, I feel
can be
like ever since the
directly
stream
crafted onto
started,
your items.
they were showing like 3 minutes of cool stuff,
Using
and now they're
imbued
still
alloy
showing
would
cool stuff,
improve
but
your
it's
ailment damage, for
all
example.
like absolute like 5-head explosion
There are honestly
brain
so many options here that unlock all
overload
sorts of
crafting
crazy
stuff, which
crafting
is
processes.
great,
So I think people will be experimenting with these.
but they
for
might be
a
like
long
catering a
time.
bit too much to like one specific type of
Once
player.
you get to King's March in Act 4,
Yeah, you have
Pharaoh
to like
finally
pause
meets
through all of
Danny,
this.
a real
properly digest it, I feel like.
runesmith. And riddled with excitement, he wants to learn how to merge modern Kalguran techniques with
It's
the
too
ancient
much.
knowledge that he has found.
I mean, it's not really
From
too
here
much.
on,
It's just
Pharaoh
very
joins
dense
in
information.
The Kalguran expeditions that Danik
And
has
no
been
swords.
leading. With the ancient knowledge that Pharaoh brings to the table,
And no
the
new class.
Kalguran expeditions that Danik has been going on,
You know,
will
people are gonna be
change
like,
significantly.
You know, Diablo 4
those of
got
you
us
who have
2
played it,
classes,
the
Warlock and
Expedition League
Paladin, and
mechanic
PoE2
involves
gives
carefully
us
placing
0,
explosives,
and no
uncovering
swords.
the buried dead, and recovering verisium from them. By choosing where to place the explosives, you can choose which kind of challenges you'd like to face, or rewards you'd
Bro,
like to
Expedition
claim.
is so fucking boring. Like,
But
holy,
unlike
can I say
before,
this? Like, it's so
Expeditions
boring.
now contain the remnants from
Like, I
Runes
get
of
it.
Elder,
It's interesting in a
allowing
way,
you
but it's
to
also
do some
so fucking
specific
boring.
crafts
Like,
along the way
holy
using
shit,
the new
I
League crafting
never do
mechanic.
this. I if I have to, I do it, sure.
One very important difference from the simple remnant encounters, though, is that the empowerments that the remnants grant apply to every monster down the explosive line for the rest of the
Like,
encounter,
this would be fine
stacking together.
if PoE would be an auto-battler.
This can lead to some pretty
Right? If-
extreme situations.
This is fine if you're playing an
If you
auto-battler.
stack too many remnants, you
In an
might be
RPG,
in
it's
for a
just so
fight
fucking
beyond your
boring in my
abilities.
opinion.
But the rewards can be very worth it. Each mod on the monster is improving the items that they can drop. Once you get to the end,
Okay, I mean, it's not
you will
that bad,
find
but
that
it's
the
it
atlas
is
has
kind of boring.
changed substantially. To the south, you will now find the coastline of Rayclast, with the ocean beyond. King's March has not fared well after the Cataclysm, and lays in ruins. Rog's shop has been destroyed, But he is much more concerned about his wife.
And yeah, you don't have to do all
Gwyneth.
mechanics. That's true. Like,
He would like to launch an expedition
Ideally.
deep into the ocean to find her. And this begins
except
a
for the
new
one that's
major
best, and then
mechanic for
everybody has to do that
expedition,
one that's best.
exploring the ocean. Previously, a logbook was a single encounter. Now, using a logbook, you can send ships to explore an area of the ocean to the southeast, uncovering a range of islands to begin your search for Gwenin. You can hop from island to island, doing many new encounters. There are islands with expeditions, grand expeditions,
Oh.
new
like placing
bosses,
down like 50 detonators.
and
You just
all sorts of other unique things to find.
you're like busy for like 3 hours and fall asleep for like 2 of
Eventually,
them.
you will find the island that Gwenin has been holed up on. It turns out that she has found the tomb of an ancient Kalguran, Medved. While she appreciates you coming to her rescue, she is still keen to blow open the doors of the vault and
shit.
take whatever you can find inside.
Oh, they have the same jump from Abyss. Stein Island.
It's just a shame that Medved isn't as dead as you previously assumed.
Who? Medved? Mediv?
Now, after you have defeated Medved, you will find another
Mediv's
logbook.
Epstein party?
And this time, you can use it to choose which direction you want to explore.
Alright,
The
alright.
ocean is vast and contains a huge number of new islands to find. With each logbook, you can explore one sector and you can go as deep as you like.
Okay, I mean, this part
There
of
are
Expedition
all
is not
sorts
too
of
bad.
interesting objects to uncover and dungeons to explore.
This is, yeah, this
Many
is
of
pretty
the
cool.
islands have
I agree.
expeditions with totally new mechanics. So, for example,
You can go fishing?
here is a volcanic island with voltaxic sulfite.
Dude, this was a
Blowing up the
spoil. This was
sulfite will
such a
unleash
hint to
extra
fishing,
waves of
right?
enemies.
Chad is thinking the same as well. Everybody's like, fishing, fishing, fishing.
But there is also this wall with a suspicious light coming from behind it.
Dude, fishing and
On
swords.
blowing it open, a giant ogre comes out.
You can fish
and
for
he is
you can
determined
fish
to
for
eat
swords,
as much
maybe.
sulfite as possible. The more sulfite mounds that you have blown up, the more empowered and the more rewarding he will become.
Okay. More rewards to blow up
These
the
islands
fat
contain
giant.
all sorts of little secrets that you can find and blow up.
Okay.
Free trapped wisps,
You can also get blown up by more ships, probably. That sounds fun.
blow open root doors,
Okay.
even raise ancient precursor technology.
Okay.
And
Okay,
of
that's
course, more bosses. There are more and further vaults to blow up, and one of them in particular is pretty important. The Tomb of Uhtred, the Star Drinker.
cool. The Tomb of Uhtred. Uhtred, the Star Drinker.
Uhtred was responsible for calling down the meteors of Verisium, which the Kalgurans used to power their ancient magic. And upon defeating him, he calls down a truly gigantic one into the ocean nearby.
Okay.
On visiting it, you find that it is shrouded by a strange energy emanating from the Verisium core of the meteor within. There is something growing in there, and it can't be anything good. In order to gain entry, Danik suggests that the
Spoilers!
Triskelion Flame, an ancient Kalguran artifact that can absorb and cancel the effects of Verisium magic, could be used to enter. But to find it, you will need to locate the Tomb of Olroth, leader of the Knights of the Sun. Defeat him and gain access to whatever eldritch nightmare is growing inside.
An ancient evil.
Now, we're not going to spoil the boss, but one thing you should know is that the Verisium that makes up the core of the meteor is of a quality that has not been available for millennia.
Ah.
Bringing this to Pharaoh and Danig should allow them to forge some objects of power, the creation of which has been lost to time. So that's the League, and there is a lot going on. To sum all that up, there is a new encounter with over 30 new monster types and over 30 new rune modifiers to enhance them. You can create more than 100 new runes to craft your gear, as well as dozens of other new currency items. And there are new quests added to the campaign to unlock even more new crafting options.
Even
rune forging
more. Holy
armors,
shit.
upgrading uniques, dozens of new Kalguran skills and supports, tons of new islands to discover by exploring the ocean, 5 new bosses, including a new pinnacle boss, and a bunch of new uniques to top it off.
But that's just Expedition, right? They have like
But
to rework 5
there's
other
still
mechanics.
a ton more to come. It's time to talk about the massive changes to the in-game. But for that, I'll hand it back to Jonathan.
Yeah, that's just the main league.
Now, as Mark hinted at before, the in-game atlas is very different now, and the ocean to the south is the least of the changes. The entire area around your starting
okay, the
location is
endgame
now
changes
teeming with
are
new
pretty
quest
nuts
lines and things to discover.
that they have done this league, I
We'll
gotta
investigate
say.
the strange forest to the west,
I would try
the
like
cracks
never
in the
see any
earth
of
to the
this,
east,
but
or perhaps visit the ruins of a
It
vast
looks pretty
city in
sick.
the north. The atlas now has fixed points of interest at specific locations, giving you specific objectives that are easy to find. Like
Okay.
before though, no matter which objective you choose, going to towers to see what's out there is always a good idea. The first time you do that though, something new happens. The earth shakes,
Monka
and a
shake.
gigantic fortress rises from the earth.
Wait, what is this animation? They
A
made an
remnant
actual
of the
cinema for
ancient
this?
precursor civilization.
Wait, what?
The cataclysm of the beast has caused an ancient protocol to be invoked. Should corruption ever take hold to this degree, the world must be
Ancient
scoured
evil.
and purged of corruption. You will need to make your way into the fortress and activate
Who's
the
this?
gates.
Tyrael?
Gain the keys to reach these ancient precursor weapons and disarm them. But this will be no easy task. The fortress
what's
has
the other
many
guy called
areas to
again?
explore
Inarius?
and many new things to find.
We also had a war in Germany.
You will power up ancient machines, fight new and deadly foes,
Ancient machines and
discover
ancient
many new
evils.
areas, and uncover some dark secrets.
And you press one button and the entire
And
screen
the
lights up
Fortress
and you
is the
see none of
first
that.
the new full in-game storylines that we're adding in 050, and there's a lot going on with it. But not only that, it has some pretty cool new mechanics as well. The areas inside the fortress are special. Many of them have new mechanics or rewards that they grant.
Actual
Like this map,
storyline in my
where all the
endgame?
rares are contained in essence
Let's
crystals.
go.
Or this one, which replaces all monster packs in the area with strongboxes.
What?
Or this one, which spawns in as Mary Spirit that always moves on
League.
from a rare
Niemand
after you
hat die
kill it,
Absicht, eine
allowing you to
Mauer
chase
zu
it through the
errichten.
entire map.
Niemand hat die Absicht, eine Mauer zu richten, ja.
Now, just like the normal areas of the Atlas,
Where's my
you'll
fucking
need to
sword,
fight the
dude?
map boss of each area
I
to
only
complete
see
the map.
maces.
But unlike a normal map, the ones in
And
the
some
fortress each
spinners.
contain precursor nodes after the boss, and activating these nodes will give you points for the new and improved Atlas passive tree. Now, we had an Atlas passive tree before, but it was one of the areas of the endgame that just wasn't up to scratch. The Atlas tree now works quite a lot differently. We have significantly upgraded the kind of mechanics that you can find on the Atlas tree.
Okay.
Like this one, that gives a chance to make rogue exiles you fight retreat from combat
Okay.
and move to an adjacent map.
Okay.
Before you fight them again, they'll upgrade their gear and come back with a grudge this time.
Oh shit.
There are also a lot of nodes that combine mechanics together in new ways. Like this one, which lets Ismeri spirits possess strongboxes.
Rogue
All
Exiles
the
in the
regular
logout
monsters that come out
macro
of them
now.
are touched by the spirit, and the rares are all possessed.
I
giving you
like
some
the idea, that's
incredible
pretty
loot
cool.
potential.
It's pretty cool. As long as the loot is appropriately rewarding, that's cool. It's pretty nice.
You get points from every single area you complete in the
Hey,
fortress.
what was this, like an
and
empowered
unlike
strongbox?
before, that means you can allocate the entire Atlas tree. Yes, this whole tree can be yours.
What?
This change is pretty important, since it allows us to be able to create many types of bonuses that we wouldn't have been able to create before. Like this one, which gives a chance for cities to be invaded by another faction, and can even allow it to contain 2 faction leaders, allowing you to get 2
Invaders
crisis
must die.
rounds. If we'd done this kind of thing on the old tree, we would have wanted to spec into it before running a city map, then unspec out of it before running anything else. With full allocation, we can have cool bonuses like these. Now, obviously, we still want to make sure that you have choices that define your in-game Atlas build.
Yeah, I'm not
So
sure
many
about
nodes in
like
Atlas tree
the
are now
whole tree thing.
multi-choice. Everyone will get the node.
Sounds like
but
whole
which bonus
nuts.
you choose to use is up to you. Do you want your powerful boss maps to contain more essences, summoning circles, or rogue exiles? But there's also nodes that contain more unusual things. So for example, on this node you can choose. Do you want to give a chance for shrines to instead be given to the map boss in the area, making them more challenging but dropping special loot? Or would you rather give a chance to be given a shrine buff before entering boss arenas, making for an easier fight? Now, I could probably nerd out about cool stuff in the tree all day, but we should probably get back to the fortress.
Such a nerd.
Now, one of the really important things we wanted to do was make it so that all the boss fights in the endgame are now accessible with a quest line.
Imagine being a
to fight the
nerd.
Arbiter of Ash for the first time, you don't need to get lucky by finding keys. They will be in fixed locations and there's a quest to get them. But the Arbiter of Ash is no longer the pinnacle of Path of Exile 2. For
Couldn't
that,
be
you'll
me,
need to
dude.
travel into the very center of the fortress. An incredible challenge awaits you should you choose to go there.
That's pretty cool.
After the storyline, you still unlock keys for pinnacle bosses in the usual way, exploring the world and finding the keys required to get to them. But we have added a lot
So instead
more
of a new
interesting
act,
things
you
to
have
find
an
out there
act
as well.
in the end game.
There are now all sorts
And
of
then you have an
mechanics that
end game
spawn on maps
after
in
the
wilderness.
act in the end game.
For example, some maps might spawn as a rogue exile hunting ground, containing multiple rogue exiles who are there to hunt rare beasts. You might come upon them in the middle of a fight and be able to take out both of them. Or a map of champions that makes all the natural inhabitants of the area into magic monsters.
Okay.
Or this one that causes all shrines in the area to release as merry spirits when used.
Wisps.
Once you have explored
Remember
and found
the
your
one
keys, you
league
can
where like
return to
only
fight the
Wisps
pinnacle
was
in
the whole
fortress
league?
again. But this version of him will be harder. And not only that, you'll have new unique rewards as well.
Actually, at least we got a new
Each
weapon
time you
type in
fight
that
him,
league called
you get the ability
Spears.
to activate one section of the fortress.
That's
And
kind
any
of what this
map that
patch
you
is
didn't
missing,
finish
right?
there will be automatically completed, giving you all the Atlas points. So if you're the type of player who doesn't want to
Area.
explore the fortress, and instead just race out into the infinite Atlas, you still have a way to
That
get
was
all those
insane.
points. So that's the Origins of Divinity storyline. It's a huge amount of new content with a ton of new areas,
Big
5 new
lore
bosses,
bunk,
including a pinnacle,
lore
with a
drop.
bunch of new
Holy.
unique items.
Very nice.
But not
I
only
like it.
that,
I like this a
it
lot.
also completely revamps the Atlas tree and includes a ton of new map mechanics that you can find both inside and outside the fortress. But this is just one of the new storylines.
But I would
So
like
let's
to
talk
play
about
the
next one
storyline
now,
with a sword.
Masters of the Atlas. Now earlier we talked about how the multi-choice nodes in the tree allow you to still have an in-game Atlas build, but we didn't think that was quite enough. You have an Ascendancy class for your passive tree. Why not an Ascendancy class for your Atlas tree? Well, that's where the Masters of
Am
the
I
Atlas
the
come
enemy
in.
from Grim Dawn?
Throughout Rayclast are many opportunities for those with the skills to find them.
Did you get wrecked by
Atlas
Protoss
Masters
in
are
the
willing to
pit?
train you in these
Hi,
skills
it's me.
if you're able to help them.
Sorry
in return.
for
One such master is Jado, a member of the Order of the Jinn, an organization
causing
that
one of our
secures
deaths,
powerful
either
artifacts
my
to
own
prevent them
or
from
yours.
falling into the wrong hands. Jado will send you on missions to investigate
I named
strange
my
occurrences
Twitch
on
after the
Atlas
guy in the
and
pit.
recover the artifacts causing them. And for each one you recover, he will gain more trust in you and teach you more ways of the Order of the Jinn. At level 1, you could choose to massively
Fuck you,
increase the
sir.
chance of
Well, I
rare
guess it
unique
was you who
chests.
died.
Or make it so that all map bosses
Well-
drop an additional unique item.
Just come back and
Or make corrupted waystones have an additional modifier,
try again.
but at the cost of making them send you to a totally unknown location.
I'll be waiting there for you in the pit. At least 1/3 of the time.
Each mission you complete for Jado
Yeah,
will unlock
I actually
another row
logged
of
in.
abilities
Exactly.
and give you another point to allocate, letting you
I
choose
actually
how you
logged
want to
in manually,
specialize.
specifically into your
But there
game,
are other
just
masters
to
too. For
jump in and kill
example,
you. Yep.
Hilda is a member of a guild of monster hunters. She will send you on missions to assassinate
True and
specific
real.
deadly creatures around Rayclast and harvest their parts. In exchange, she will teach you her monster hunting skills.
Alright, what's
like
happening
this one,
here?
which adds a 25% chance to upgrade any map boss to a powerful version.
I feel like I didn't pay
Or
attention
this
for
one,
like
which
10
makes his
seconds and now I have no idea
Marian
what's
spirits no
going
longer
on.
possess rare monsters,
There's like another
making them
5 billion
go for the
mechanics
unique
going
bosses
on.
in the area instead.
Where's Einhar?
You might
needs
notice
to
that many
explain
of the
this to me.
effects on these are both upsides and downsides. So Hilda, for example, can make it so that you only get one attempt when fighting
Who the
pinnacle
fuck is
bosses.
Hilda?
But in exchange for that, they always drop 2 uniques. Because of that, we wanted it to be easy to swap between them depending
Oh,
on what
Hilda's
you're doing.
hunting, Doriani's science.
As you unlock each master, they will appear on the side of the screen.
Hunting masters.
Simply click whichever
Okay.
one you want to use to run the map, and all the bonuses you have selected for that master will be activated. This allows you to have a few different strategies that you can quickly pick between, depending on what you're running at the moment.
Gesundheit.
Now, one thing that's been pretty obvious is that the endgame leagues we created when launching Early Access in 010 were not really up to the standard of the leagues we did since then. Fate of the Vaal and Rise of the Abyssal just have a lot more going on than Delirium or Expedition, for example.
I didn't quite understand this mechanic either, to be fair. I didn't properly pay attention,
before we do
but...
a 1.0 release, and so that's what we've done. All 4 of the leagues we launched in Early Access have been upgraded with not only new quest lines, but new mechanics, new crafting systems, new uniques, and new pinnacle bosses. One of the really important changes we made to all the leagues is that you can now find them on the Atlas in specific locations.
It looks cool.
And each one has a
love
quest
the
line that will
Atlas
lead you
stuff.
there to being able to complete the league,
really cool.
along with its Atlas tree and its pinnacle boss.
Oh my god.
This is true even for the
how
leagues that
could
we
you?
didn't do major redesigns to. So let's
Good
use
job,
Abyss
though.
as
Good
an
job.
example. When you first encounter one in the endgame, you'll get a quest that leads you to the east, where you will find these mega abyss cracks in the earth leading away from the Well of Souls. All the maps along the cracks will contain abysses with special properties, and mapping along these cracks will close the Atlas scale abysses, giving you points for the Abyss Atlas tree. At the end of each Atlas abyss, you'll find an abyssal depths.
So there's an abyss inside the abyss, and there's abysses abyssing outside of the abyss, abyssing around on the abyss.
All 3, you'll get a key for the Well of Souls, allowing you to fight the Vessel of Cooldown.
Sounds very abyssal to me.
This kind of thing makes an in-game league so much more friendly for new players, giving people obvious goals and a guided experience
Obvious
to complete.
goals, yeah.
Alright, so
I
let's
don't
talk
know
about
what
the
my
first of the
obvious goal is
upgraded
yet,
leagues,
but I guess it's obvious to
and
you,
its new
Jonathan.
storyline, the Hare and the Raven. As you may remember, during Act 4, you were tricked into releasing an ancient entity from a Karui prison known as Tangmazu, the Raven
You
Trickster.
see on the Atlas where to go. Yeah, true.
Tangmazu
My
delights
goal
in
should just be
breaking
to
the
get to
minds of
maps in the
those who
first
step through
place,
his
that's true.
mirrors. And when touching one,
Very
he will
true,
attempt to
very
destroy
true,
your
very
mind
true.
with twisted abominations generated from your worst fears.
Delirium. Does anybody enjoy
In Return
Delirium?
of the Ancients, the
Is
first
it
time
fun?
you approach one of his Delirium encounters in the
Yumiko,
endgame,
welcome.
you will find Elder Maddox locked in a trance. His mind is trapped in one of Tangmazu's delusions, and you will need to free him.
I feel like Delirium is always like PTSD inducing to me.
Once free, Elder Maddox demands that as you caused this problem, you should put it right. He asks you to travel west to the Withered Willow, the location he believes that Tangmazu first
Yeah,
gained
on
his
the
powers.
fucking grey filter, yeah.
But be careful. As you travel
Looks
there,
so depressing.
the Raven Trickster will attempt to break your mind. Each map around
I
the
don't
Withered Willow
mind like a
features Delirium
nice looking
encounters.
depressing theme,
Now this is more than a simple
but it's
quest
just
upgrade.
grey
The
depressing.
mechanic of Delirium has been
But
overhauled
they
and
removed the grey
expanded.
filter, right? Didn't they?
At the bottom of the screen, there
It's
is
not
now
as
a bar
depressing
that
anymore.
indicates how deep into Delirium you
Yeah,
are.
like it looks more colorful now.
You can see which direction leads deeper by looking at the fog.
We speak at
And the
last.
deeper you go, the more challenges you will face.
So there's only like some
By
grey
looking
pop
at
on the
bar,
edges. Yeah,
you
that's
can see how long you
acceptable.
have until the Delirium ends. And you can also see special encounters that you will face if you're able to go deep enough into the fog. At the end of the bar is always the boss of the map, but we now have a variety of other encounters that you might find as you explore
yeah,
the
the
horrors of your own mind.
Progression
For
bar
example,
now.
You might encounter a purple mirror shard that when shattered will cause all the
That's
enemies
cool.
to become more nightmarish. After hitting this, you'll notice the Delirium demons are enhanced,
Yeah, it's
significantly
like a
more
fog,
powerful,
yeah.
larger, and scarier in general, along with
Looks
more
much better.
rewards. Or should you encounter a red mirror shard, you'll be sent into the depths of your mind.
The combat looks pain champ because they only show fucking warrior maces.
And must escape it while fighting off hordes of your
They don't
worst
show any
fears.
swords. Or
If you are able to do so, you will gain a powerful amulet with 2 instilled notables on it.
I mean, they have swords in the game,
Once you
right?
reach the Withered Willow, Elder Maddox
Right?
discovers that a
Right?
shard of the mirror is missing.
Right.
You will need to track down Tangmazu and restore it if you have a hope of discovering how to defeat him. And that means entering the Raven Trickster's mirrors in an attempt to locate him. Each area around the Withered Willow contains Delirium encounters, so that's a good place to start. As you do Deliriums, some of the special encounters will drop liquid emotions. Normally these
Liquid
emotions can be used to
emotions.
install amulets to add notable passive buffs to them. But in Return of the Ancients, emotions have a new function as well.
Huh?
Each one now has the ability to add crafted mods to jewels, allowing you to add specific mods to an
Dude,
item
when are we
slot
doing
that
our
can be
Path of
quite
Exile
difficult to roll.
exam?
For
Did you all
example,
pay attention,
Liquid
class?
Despair will allow you to add critical hit chance, while Liquid Suffering will allow you to add movement speed or Air of Effect to your jewels.
This is no
But there are
longer
many
PoE
more.
University, this is like PoE
Once you've done
postdoc.
enough Delirium encounters, the location of a Grand Mirror, an entrance into Tangmazu's realm, is revealed. But it won't be that simple to enter. Using his powers, he reflects the map boss for a ridiculous empowered fight, then destroys the entrance into his realm of madness.
Spears are just poking swords. I wish... But spears in this game, like summon fucking whirlwinds or tornadoes, they're like caster weapons almost. And also you need to parry for half the skills.
Behind, which you
like
can
what?
consume to fully embrace the madness.
Or they're just like a glorified bow.
Realm. Consuming the fruit
I wish spears had like more than just rake as a melee ability.
And every map you do in the fog will get progressively harder and harder as you explore the deeper reaches of your mind. At some point you enter a new layer. A simulacrum of your memories, twisted and perverted by the Raven Trickster. Should you be able to complete the simulacrum, Tangmazu will believe that you are worthy of a true challenge.
Tangmazu?
And will let you take the remaining shard of his mirror,
Tangmazu.
allowing you to enter his realm of madness back at the Withered Willow. If you dare to face him, it will be a fearsome challenge.
What the fuck? That is kinda spooky. This is like the one Dark Souls underworld
that's
boss.
the new storyline of Delirium.
That's pretty cool.
As you can see, it's not only a quest line. There are new mechanics, new crafting options, and new boss fights.
Very nice.
But one question you might have is, what happens after? Well, once you've completed the story, grand mirrors will start appearing on the Atlas sometimes after completing Delirium encounters. After doing the grand mirror, you can select where on the Atlas you want to do your fruit-induced drug trip and get another key to fight Tangmazu. But this time, the fight will be quite a bit harder. And not only that, the fight will be able to drop a bunch of new uniques that were not available in the questline version. We'll show some of those later.
Hello?
After doing a grand mirror, the decision of where to spread the fog can be important, because there are some potent emotions that only come from certain map bosses affected by Delirium this way. Like all emotions, they can craft special mods onto jewels, but these potent emotions can create mods that you can't get any other way. So for example, potent liquid melancholy is an emotion that can only come from human bosses, and allows you to add a variety of effects.
Jesus Christ.
Also, you might want to try instilling amulets with these emotions. They could have some interesting effects, with some powerful notables that do not normally exist on the tree.
What?
Like Storm's Rebuke, which makes armor break boost your cold and lightning damage.
Okay.
But also notables from a clearly deranged mind, like Calm's Blessing. This skill allows you to ancestrally boost fire spells after using a Warcry. How about using an ancestral Flame Blast?
Smith of Gitava, log in.
Now, just like before, you can also upgrade the League by getting points for a dedicated Delirium Atlas tree. But this now works in a much better way and has much cooler effects. The maps in the Delirium area of the Atlas give you Delirium
Or is that like
points for completing
Warcry,
them,
Sork Arc?
so it's easy to see how to progress. Some nodes will add new types of
Or
mirror
whatever
shard
the
encounters
druid
to your
was called again.
Deliriums.
Fire druid.
Like this one, which
I
will
guess.
pause the Delirium for some amount of time, allowing you to more
Because
easily
we have
get
no
to
fucking
higher
Templar, no
depths.
flails, and also no swords.
Or this one, which adds extra Delirium modifiers to monsters when you pick it up. There are also nodes that can add new types of drops, like this one, which modifies Simulacrum encounters to add special liquid emotions, which can craft
Dude, I feel like
time-lost jewels.
GGG
And nodes that apply to the Atlas mechanics of the League.
distracting
like this one,
from
which causes the
not
Grand
having all
Mirror
of the
to spread
weapons in the
Delirium
game is
fog
worse
over
than
a larger
fucking
area
Trump
of the
like
Atlas,
distracting from the Exile
potentially containing
files.
multiple simulacrums. Alright,
Like they're trying
that's the
so hard
changes
to distract
Delirium.
from like not
The core
having
mechanic
weapons
now
in their
includes
game.
a bunch of new things to find, new monsters to kill, and has new mechanics on the Atlas.
There's 5
It
billion
also has
things
new
they're
crafting
doing to
systems
the
for
game, but not a
jewels,
single
and
like
over
new
20
type
new
of weapon.
unlockable
Like
notables for
how?
amulets. Not only that, we have a new pinnacle boss with a bunch of new unique items,
Oh, this
and a
looks
massively
all
upgraded
great.
Atlas tree just for Delirium. But there's still a lot more to come, so let's talk about Breach next. When you first do a Breach in the endgame, you will find Aelith, one of the Keepers of the Flame, an ancient order of monks dedicated to preventing the
Yeah, I was gonna
Hiveborn
say,
from
like, do they
entering
only
the
have like
world.
one guy doing animations? Like,
As you seem to be a keen slayer of demons,
What is happening?
Aelith would like to recruit you to the order and asks that you travel to their
I know
monastery
like
to the south.
animations are expensive and hard to do.
On the way there, you'll start to
But
encounter
still,
more
like-
breaches, and will notice one of the first changes to the breach mechanic. You still have to kill monsters as fast as you can to keep the breach open, but now you can visibly see how much time you have left to keep it open, and how each kill extends its duration.
Swords, I mean, they
Once
are in
you've
the
reached
game,
monastery,
right?
You will learn more about the Keepers.
Swords are in the
In the
game.
25 years
You
since
just
the
can't play
events
them.
of Keepers of the Flame in Path of Exile 1, the war with the Hiveborn has not gone well, and they have managed to establish a foothold in the world nearby.
I know, that's what I was saying as well, right? Like,
To the Scourge, and the Keepers are unable to get inside. Inside
This-
the
this
monastery
feels like-
is the Genesis Tree, a powerful
This is
asset
the
to
equivalent of,
warrior,
like,
stolen from the enemy and gifted to the
Trump
Keepers by
bombing
the Dragon
Iran
himself.
to distract from the Epstein files.
Aelith could create a breach stone and penetrate
Like
the
due
Hiveborn
to
foothold,
distracting from not
but
having
without
swords in their
Hiveblood,
game.
The tree has withered.
There's so much
To get
content,
Hiveblood,
like holy
you will
fuck.
need to take advantage of another new
Which is
mechanic of
cool, but
breach. If you can keep the otherworldly portal open for long enough, the breach
Where
will
was fucking
stabilize
swords, dude?
and will enter a new phase. The Hiveborn will send their toughest miscreations to defeat you, and the breach will not close until you can annihilate them, dropping Hiveblood that you can use to restore the Genesis tree. In some cases, you may even attract one of the deadliest foes the Hiveborn can offer, a Marshal of Zesht.
a Marshal of
These
Zesht.
monsters also drop womb gifts.
Looks
And
like
if you take these
a
to the Genesis tree, they can be used to craft items to help you in the war
Slanesh
against
kind of
the
demon. Which looks cool.
Hiveborn. Given that 25 years have passed since the beginning of the war, the tree has grown
Titan
and
Quest
withered
2
many
looks so lame
times.
compared to PoE
But
2.
with each cycle, it learns and expands
Dude,
its
Titan Quest 2 is like a chill game
When
to
you
like
first
play for an
open the
hour
Genesis
before you fall
tree,
asleep.
You will notice these holes into which you
PoE
can
2
place
is a
your
game
womb
where you can like
gifts.
lose your whole life
Each womb
in
gift
playing
can be
it
used to create a
and
different type of jewelry and must be
feeling more
fertilized with
stressed
Hiveblood.
out, learning all the mechanics, than doing a postdoc.
So for example, you can place this amulet womb gift into the tree and it will give birth to a random rare amulet.
They
The Genesis
save
tree is
different
capable of
purposes.
much more. As you continue to feed the tree, its branches will regenerate and allow you more and more control over what kind of items it will birth. So for example, this branch of the tree will allow you to control which base types of amulets can be birthed.
Okay, where's the one that can birth a sword?
And as you go deeper, it will even allow you to create new base types that you can't get anywhere else.
Like swords? New base types?
Like this one, which gives you an entire spirit skill for free.
Okay.
Or this one, which has a rune socket in it.
Okay.
To the left and right are branches that will let you control which mods the amulet can get, including making sure that they're higher level, or controlling which specific mods that they will always have.
Okay.
With 15 points to allocate, you will have to choose wisely how you want to specialize your crafts. But it's worth noting that this tree doesn't have any cost to respecking it. You can enable or disable the nodes at any time by clicking on them.
Nice.
On rings, we've also added some really interesting new crafting options as well. You have a bunch of new base types like these, but you also have entire new classes of mods that can be added. The right-hand branch of the ring tree adds an entire new set of caster mods to rings. From basics like extra elemental damage for spells,
Basics.
or more niche options. And on the left-hand side, you can unlock an entire new set of mods for minion characters. This stuff is actually pretty important, because
Minion
casters
stock
and minion
leaf.
builds didn't have as many slots with interesting item crafting compared to attack builds. The Genesis tree narrows that gap. There are also trees for belts and currency. I won't go over them too much here, but there are all sorts of goodies in these too, like being able to create new catalysts for jewels,
Okay.
or a belt that gives lightning damage. Once you've done enough breach encounters, you may finally get a womb gift capable of birthing a breach stone.
A womb gift capable of birthing a breach stone. Yeah.
And you can then use it on the Hiveborn incursion.
Maybe that's something you could suggest to your wife. I wouldn't though.
Once used, the true extent of the breach demon's foothold becomes
The
clear.
fuck?
They have not only transformed the land, but constructed huge sky hives as well. When you enter the outskirts of their realm, you will discover
Yeah, like
breach hives.
he's
Using the power of the
yapping
Keepers of the
non-stop.
Flame, these
But it's not
otherworldly
yapping,
structures
it's
can
not
be
like
burned away
before
when
yapping.
walking
It's not
through them.
yapping actually.
Each one
He's like
destroyed,
non-stop
more of the Hiveborn will attack when you
talking
attempt
as
to
if
purge the
he's
hive.
like doing super high, like, you know, like a, that's why I say like a doctoral level like lecture, right?
These encounters are particularly rewarding for womb gifts, so you'll
It's
want to do as
so
many of
fucking
these as you
crazy.
can. But your real goal are the sky hives deeper into the domain. These twisted creations are securing the demon's entry into our world.
Okay, not all the time, but like sometimes.
Inside the very center
Whenever
are
he's
the
like
Breach
explaining a
Lord's tool
mechanic,
ash,
he goes into
and
that
you'll need
mode.
to defeat them if you want to get rid of the foothold once and for all.
There's
Now,
so
once you've
many new
completed the
like
questline
creatures
version,
being
there's still more
born.
to
What
do.
the hell, man?
You will find other breach domains on
Doesn't
the
he
Atlas
like
randomly in your
spoil the whole
travels.
game? That's
For
true.
each
You can
one,
just
you'll
watch
need
the
to
video
find
and
a
then like
breach
skip the
zone,
league.
destroy the sky
True.
hives, and defeat the breach lords.
Just watch the video and then don't play the game.
And doing these encounters
Just
is what
enjoy
will
the
give you
cinema.
access to fight Zesht, the
Don't have
existing
time to
breach
get
critical boss,
addicted,
which you can
exactly.
access
I
by
just watched the
convening with
league for
Dreamer
like 1
himself
hour and
inside the
I'm good.
monastery. While completing the questline for Breach, you will also be gaining points for the Breach Atlas tree.
If you don't want to know,
And
you
there
can
are a
also
lot
not
of cool new options.
just not watch it.
This node will cause breach hives to spawn outside of the hiveborn domains on the Atlas.
Yeah.
And this one will give Aelith additional abilities that you can use while attacking a hive. Like this one, which causes all hiveborn in the next wave to be magic, drastically increasing their difficulty in exchange for way more
But to be
items.
fair, I'm more interested in
There are also nodes
the
that allow you to
mechanics
control your rewards, like this
and the
one, which adds a
presentation
set of new lineage supports to the Marshal of
than
Zesht.
playing the actual endgame. So I
Or this
prefer
one,
watching
which lets you
this
control which womb gifts you will get.
and then spend less time playing, to be fair. Because I don't have like enough time
also
to
some nodes that
play
affect the
as much
Genesis
as you
tree,
need to
like this
properly
one, which will cause Zesht to
experience
drop
all of
his
this
head,
anyway, I feel like.
which when returned to the Genesis tree will grow a
At least right
graspling
now.
orchid on the side of it. You'll have to experiment to find out what this thing is good for. Putting rings on its fingers seems to make it happy. So that's a rundown of what you can expect from the new Breach questline. There's a new stabilization mechanic for breaches,
That's awesome.
hive encounters,
They did try so many different
and hive-born
mechanics.
incursions on
It's
the
pretty cool.
Atlas.
And
But you also have a huge new crafting
like it is
system
important
and new bosses as well.
to like for
Alright, so let's talk
mechanics
about
to
the
have
Rise
a
of the
proper
Nameless
like
storyline next.
theme and
When
a
you
proper
first complete a
identity
ritual in the
and to have
Endgame,
everything
Aoife,
related to
a
that
lost spirit, will appear.
mechanic to
She appears
have
to
to like
need
be
your
basically
help,
like canon
but
with
isn't
that
able to
theme and so
communicate more
on.
than a few words,
I think that's really
beckoning you
important,
to come to the Wildwood.
like game design wise, and I think they're
Like the
generally
other
doing a good
leagues,
job at
Ritual
that.
now has a place on the
Like
Atlas
much
to call
better
home.
than most
Wildwood can
other
be
like
found to
cheaper
the west.
RPGs that just like to try to slap
When you
something on
first
and
arrive
then
there,
say like, yeah, that's
Aoife's
it.
spirit will guide you in, where you will discover that inside the Wildwood,
And I like
spirits can
that.
take physical form.
Like that's really, really nice.
Aoife has been bound to this place by the King in the Mists, and requests that you free her. But in order to do so, you will need
Like
her body,
LE, yeah.
currently in possession of the King. To reclaim it, you will need to gain an audience with him.
Elite,
Inside
like
the
what did
Wildwood,
Elite
there are
do?
many ritual encounters to complete.
Like season 3 they introduced like
before,
Lidl
in each
Einhar.
area, triggering rituals will resurrect the nearby bound monsters to attack you, and killing the monsters will give you tribute.
Season 4,
In addition, each ritual you do in the
I don't
area
even fucking
will add the
remember.
monsters from the previous ritual, making the encounters much more challenging the more rituals you
Ellie
complete.
mages are,
Once you've completed them, spend your tribute to get items.
and they're
Now, an
exiles,
important
right?
change
Like
to
the
rewards
exiled
of ritual
guys,
is that
just
all the items in the reward window are now uniques,
like
or
one
omens,
single model instead of
making
like
this league's
50 of
rewards
them.
much more valuable than before. In order to gain an audience with the Nameless King, you need to sacrifice tribute to him. Any remaining tribute you don't spend can be sacrificed this way to fill up this bar. Once you have enough tribute for an audience, return to the Wildwood to divine his location with the Nameless Shrine. His location will be revealed deeper in
King
the
of the
Wild,
Mists,
and you
and
will
I
need
hate
to
this
make
guy.
your way to him, kill him, and get Aoife's body.
Oh,
Using her body, you can attempt to release her spirit, but this is when you learn about the true threat of the League.
this is
The
some Dark
Wildwood
Souls
is
shit
built
as
on
well,
top of an ancient prison.
or
The
Elden
King
Ring
in the
stuff.
Mists didn't gain his power out of nowhere. He was granted it by an ancient being of darkness known as the Bodark, and the Nameless King's use of this power has been
Bodark.
causing the prison to weaken.
Known as the
In
Bozo.
order to prevent the Bodark from entering the world,
Ancient
a
evil
champion
called
will need to
Bozo.
enter its prison and beat him back, but those with a name are unable to survive there. In order to do so, you will need to transfer your name to another with a new mechanic in the Ritual League, the Rite of the Nameless. The rite will begin in a nearby forest.
Nameless King.
At first, it appears to be a regular ritual encounter, but that will soon change. The final ritual of the area will include the map boss,
Monkey.
and defeating him will give you a
Fucking
piece of the
monkey,
effigy
dude.
onto which you will transfer your name.
Why is it monkey?
But the ritual is still not complete. Once the map boss is defeated, the atlas will open, and you will need to pick another adjacent map to continue the ritual. During the rite, each adjacent map will have different rewards to tempt you. So for example, if you go in this direction, you gain significantly more tribute. But if you go in this
Yeah,
direction,
thank fucking God he got
uniques in the
nerfed to the
reward
ground,
window will
fucking
turn into
monkey.
currency instead.
He's still like strong.
also sometimes
If you
get
want him to
offered
be strong,
specific
right, he can
items
still
that
be
will be added
strong
as
in
rewards.
maps.
So in this case, you'll have to choose if you want to get 5 Chaos Orbs or a Mage
To be
Block.
fair,
A
I
difficult
kind of
decision,
wished he
I'm
was
sure.
weaker in maps, but
Now,
stayed as
this
strong
is
as he
one
was in the
continuous
campaign.
ritual. The encounters in the
Because
next
then at
map won't
least you
start from
knew,
scratch.
like,
They
you don't have
contain all
to...
the monsters that were gathered
You only
from
have to
the
like
rituals
sweat
of the
like 2
previous
times
map as well,
in campaign,
making
or
them
1 time
harder
now.
and harder. And that includes the
And then
map boss
endgame
too.
is like whatever.
You will need to defeat both map bosses in the final encounter for your next effigy piece. And it still doesn't end there. Pick another map, another reward,
I'll cry all day
and
about
add
monkey.
another map boss to continue
There's another
until the
monkey in
ritual of
here.
the Nameless is complete. It will take 5 maps in all,
It's fucking
and it'll be an
5
incredible
bosses or
challenge.
what? And one of them is monkey.
But once complete,
Ruh.
you can return to the Wildwood to perform the final rite. Transfer
Mega
your
monkey.
name to the effigy, adorn the crown of the Nameless King, and enter the prison.
New health bar attack? Yeah, that was nice. That looked pretty nice.
Now,
with
of
the
course,
boss
once the
HP
pinnacle boss
there.
is complete, the league doesn't end there.
Multiple boss HP.
As you do rituals on the Atlas, you can continue to give tribute to the King in the Mists for another audience.
Imagine 5 times monkey. Yeah. I should just play fucking softcore in this game, right? Like,
Pick another forest to begin the rite of the Nameless once more, and this time with a harder pinnacle boss and new unique
I
items
kind
to
of actually
find.
like hardcore and
Of course, we've
though.
also significantly upgraded the ritual Atlas.
Until I died to some bullshit and
Get
then quit the
points by
game.
completing maps in the
But-
Wildwood, and you'll be able to unlock some pretty cool nodes. Some of them affect the rite of the
The
Nameless.
game needs way more
like
new
this
stuff.
one,
I
which
think it
extends its
needs
duration. You thought fighting 5
way
map bosses
more
once was hard?
stuff,
How
yeah.
about 6?
Like classes
Well,
and
this one,
weapons.
which makes maps during the rite have more
I think they have a lot of
reward
endgame
modes,
now,
too.
which is cool.
You also have nodes that allow things to combine with
Now
other
they
content,
need
like
to
this
add
one,
some
which
other
gives a
stuff.
chance for rituals to be created inside summoning circles.
Dude, this is like an hour
adding a
of him
random
just
boss
like
to the ritual
non-stop
encounter.
holding a lecture about
There is even a node which
post-stop
adds a new type of
PoE2
possible
stuff.
ritual,
Like,
the audience with the queen,
bruh.
which causes the bride of the king to sometimes appear.
People complain about endgame, so they did endgame? Yeah,
Okay,
they
so that's
definitely did
ritual.
endgame.
But let's have a look at what this means for endgame content.
And then
as
after
a
like
whole for
1
Path of
week, there's
Exile
gonna be
2.
like some Giga
When you include the
Zoomer
expedition
posting on
changes made by
Reddit.
the League,
New
we have a
endgame
total
is
of
still
5
shit.
new in-game storylines, each of which has a hub, crafting systems, areas to explore, NPCs, and a pinnacle boss as a capstone. Not to mention the Masters of the Atlas
You
storyline
also
as well.
ended the game.
But more importantly, you now have
You
immediate
played
quests
through the
as soon as
campaign
you
once
arrive
and
at the
then
endgame,
selected
and goals
uninstall.
with
That's
obvious
like how you
progressions
end.
that you can see how to
That's how you play endgame.
Each
You end the
endgame
game.
quest line has a progress bar that you can pop out from the side of the Atlas screen at any time that shows you how far through you are, and buttons that will take you to the hubs for them. Overall, it's just a way better in-game
Imagine the
experience,
length of the patch
with a
notes.
significant number of fun objectives to complete.
I'm gonna control F,
But just in
swords,
case you didn't have enough
and patch
goals,
notes,
we
and
did have one
if
other
I
thing you
get
might
0
want to
hits, I'll
complete
close
this
the patch
league.
notes.
These are called challenge leagues after all. Where are all the challenges? Well, players of Path of Exile 1 will be used to the fact
Life
that
is also
each league
hardcore and they
comes with a
don't want
series of
endgame
challenges that you
IRL.
can complete in order to prove that you are indeed the best. We haven't done these yet in Path
But
of Exile 2,
imagine
but it's
you
time
had
to
like
change
an-
that. If you're able to complete them,
Like a
you'll earn
game,
pieces of
like
the
a
Knight
life
of Elder
after life.
Armistead.
That's basically what endgame
Opening
is,
the
right?
challenge screen will show you a
Copium.
series of 8 challenges.
There's surely some
After completing
endgame
each
IRL
one,
too, Copium.
anyone in chat or in the forums will be able to see your prowess.
It's all about
In
this per
addition,
hour.
You'll get a statue to put in your hideout showing anyone you trade with.
We
how
got
many
Mr.
challenges
This per
you've
hour in
completed.
chat. Let's go.
You'll earn the first piece of the
How do you
armor
like
set after doing
the
2
what you're seeing
challenges,
so far?
and the full armor set after completing all 8. So that covers all the content you'll encounter in Return of the Ancients. But what about some new tools to fight against these new pinnacles with? Well, we also have some
Shit.
new Ascendancy classes as well. But to introduce them, I'll hand you guys back to Mark.
As Jonathan said, we have 2 new classes to show you today, the Spirit Walker and the Martial Artist. Let's start with the Huntress's new class, the Spirit Walker. The Spirit Walker has developed an affinity
So
with
many
the
made-up
Asmerian
words.
animal spirits. She is
Dude, that's
able
how
to
I felt
infuse the
about
power of
PoE1,
multiple
like
spirits
literally
and
every
virtues.
time anybody was talking anything about
On the
PoE1.
bottom part of the class, you will find paths for each wisp you would like to commune with, be they primal, vivid,
PoE1 was easy, yeah, because
or
you played it.
wild.
I
Each
didn't.
one can give you different abilities that align with the stag, owl, or bear. Each ability gives you a method to become possessed by wisps of that type, and a new ability when you spend them. The stag allows
Spin
you
to
to
wisp.
summon stampedes when you attack. The owl grants boons in the form
Wait,
of
what
their
about beer? I
feathers,
didn't pay
which adds
attention.
extra projectiles and enhances the projectile speed of your next skill. And the bear simply summons a giant bear companion to your side. The bear will maul, slam, leap, and do intimidating roars to deal
Hold
off
on,
your
you
enemies.
can transform, right? You just are the bear, and then you have a spirit bear.
Wisps, but if
You
you,
can
want
be
to
the
combine
bear,
all three of them, then a new hidden
the
power will
pack
be
of
unlocked.
bears.
The power of the sacred wisps. This node is free and enhances the quality of all three of your spirit enemies.
It's probably not gonna have good
Your
synergy.
bear will
but
take some of the
looks
damage
cool,
you take
maybe.
and grant you life regeneration. Your stags will become more aggressive, leaping towards
I like how they
enemies.
made the spirit bear
owl-empowered
be like
skills
way
will
more
leave a
fucking
trail of
nimble
soaring ground
than
behind
how hey, look at this jump. Than like
that's
how
not
you
all.
are when you are the
Spirit
bear.
Walker has other powers beyond wisps, such as idolatry, which can give you large
It's like this:
bonuses for
the spirit
using
bear is using
idol socketables in your
swords, and you're using a mace when you're playing bear.
And this one, which is my absolute favorite. The Spirit Walker, having attuned herself with nature, can gain the ability to tame
Dude,
beast
how fucking
bosses,
fast are those tornadoes?
opening
What
up
the
a
fuck?
whole suite of very cool options for your build. Maybe you tame the mighty
Monkey.
Silverfist in the jungle depths.
You just say monkey or what?
Or maybe a
What the fuck?
three-headed chimeral
What is this,
beast in the
Pokemon
chimeral
now?
wetlands. Or then there's a giant frozen owl beast, Rakar, the
Okay, this is
frozen
a pretty
talon.
cool pet build, not gonna lie.
There's so many choices. You're going
It's
to have to
kinda dumb,
experiment
but-
a bunch with this one, and I'm very excited to see what bosses you all choose to have as your trusted boss companion. Next up, we have the monk's new ascendancy class, the martial artist. After decades of training, he has mastered 3 of the
Martial
7
artist, the
hollow
entire
techniques.
screen is spinning, dude.
Channeling hollow form technique allows the martial artist to create illusions of himself, which then use a skill of your choosing. Perfect for turning skills with less area of effect into ones that can obliterate packs with ease.
He's just meditating and like a fucking...
Should you find yourself overly vulnerable while channeling, you might want to take
That's so
Way of the
stupid.
Mountain, which causes you to be covered in
What's
stone when you
this?
immobilize enemies, mitigating large amounts of damage. This can even enhance your attacks too. By hardening your weapon in stone, you can deal even more damage. After taking Hollow Focus technique, you can manifest your spiritual
That's so
energy into
fucking
objects.
dumb, dude. Holy
In
shit.
this case, bells, which will appear around the
Not
martial
gonna lie.
artist
At least
and
with
can be
that
shattered
skill,
by
like
any
with
of his
the flippin'
attacks,
thundering strike or whatever.
even ones from the Hollow Form technique earlier. Hollow Resonance technique furthers that by adding a manifested bell to your back, which rings each time you deal a critical strike.
Yeah,
damaging
this is the
all
third
enemies around
ascendancy for the monk class. Like every class
For
has
all the
like
martial artist's
up to
thorough
3
training,
ascendancies.
He has mastered the flow
Actually,
of
which is
internal
4,
spiritual
right?
energy
With the
too,
abyssal
and has
Lich,
engraved runic
I
tattoos
guess.
around
That's
his
kinda
meridians.
not that...
By doing this,
insane
he
of
can
a
gain the
ascendancy.
benefit of extra runes. Just open your inventory and add the runes. There is one that counts as a helmet,
Wait, what?
2 as a body armor, 1 as gloves, and 1 as boots.
Okay.
Finally, your hands. The
And
ultimate
Titan just
expression
has
of a
another
master of the
bag
martial arts.
that doesn't
Taking
give you
Way of the
stats.
Stone
This
Fist
guy has a
will
bag that
cause
gives
your
you
gloves to
stats.
become a new base type when equipped. Each modifier on the original pair of gloves has an equivalent, more powerful, and more impactful modifier. For example, these gloves add some physical damage, cold damage, lightning damage, some resistances, and life gain on hit. Now,
That's pretty
when
good.
I equip these, they become literal fists of stone.
What?
And not only grant me a bunch more evasion and energy shield, they now also grant a lot more
Asian,
damage.
did he say
some
Asian
maximum
energy shield?
resistances, and a significantly higher amount of life gain
Asian
of hitting
gloves?
enemies.
Holy shit.
With all the different rune combinations you could do, and the different modifiers and gloves, there's a ton of different build options, and we're looking forward to seeing what you can come up with. Now,
Alright.
with so many new bosses in Return of the Ancients, of course we want to have a huge number of unique rewards.
I'm glad Smith of
There are
Kitava
some
can
pretty
spend
cool
like
things
10
in here,
seconds
so we
hammering
wanted
his
to show
hammer.
you a few of them. Twisted Empyrean is a two-handed mace made from the purest of Verisium, combined with the beast's corruption. It converts all of
Yeah,
your
that's
mace's
cool.
skills fire damage to cold,
Ooh.
and visually does so too, turning your volcanic fissures into glacial ones. This mace also comes with its own built-in skill, Starborn Onslaught.
I mean, you play this on
Using
what, the
Glory,
monk?
you can leap backwards, throwing your mace at the ground, creating verisium fissures, before calling behind it a storm of
Mace
cold
honk.
metallic bolts from the stratosphere.
Nice crash, let's go. Yeah, my new weapon.
Next, we have
But I
even
have to find the weapon first, so...
an amulet that not only grants runic ward, but also comes with its own reservation skill.
Ice crash,
Midnight
let's
Zenith.
go.
This skill causes your critical hits to grant Arctic petals that hover around you.
Okay.
Once you have acquired enough of these petals, they will be consumed,
Okay.
creating a floral ice crystal near an enemy. Then, destroy that crystal to do devastating cold damage to everything around.
Okay, classic mage gameplay, like do 50 conditionals and then do like 5% more
The
damage,
Raven's
GG.
Flock is a staff perfect for minion characters. Not only does it grant spirit reservation efficiency and minion damage, it also allows your minions to inflict grueling madness on hit, slowing enemies and making all other slows on them more powerful, for maximum crowd control. That's not where this item shines though. It grants a skill called Spiraling Conspiracy. This skill causes a flock of ravens to circle you, dealing damage over time to anything near them. Killing enemies, or just by standing near unique enemies, causes the flock to grow, getting larger and larger. For your PoE 1 players, you can think of this just like a raven righteous fire. That's not all, however. These ravens are also minions,
Righteous Fire, yeah.
so they fully scale with minion damage and come with their
Raven
own
Fire,
command skill,
RF.
Mad Flight.
Okay.
This command skill causes your flock to create a tunnel of deathly damage between a set of illusory mirrors.
And it looks like a League of
obliterating
Legends
anything
character in a
between.
way. This gameplay. Why is the AoE so small though? Literally every PoE player.
Horror's Flight is a pair of gloves instilled with the purest of fear.
Swain, yeah.
Equipping these causes your enemies to become terrified of you. These gloves cause you to gain stacks of fear incarnate when you cull enemies.
Bob Ross.
To aid in your
Build
culling,
right there.
these gloves also come with the skill Crushing Fear. This is similar to the monk skill Killing Palm, except it deals chaos damage,
Except it
and the
doesn't
amount
kill.
of damage and
Aha.
area of effect scales drastically based on the power of the enemy.
How's my PC running?
As you use this, gain your
It's
stacks
standing
of
still on the
fear
ground right
incarnate,
now, but
which
the fan is
increases
running.
your culling threshold, meaning enemies become easier and easier to cull, even to the point of being able to instantly kill some monsters from full life.
Smile.
Sylvan's Effigy is a scepter for those wanting to run companions. It allows you to have any number of companions
still
of
doing
different
good.
types, instead of the normal restriction of just one per type.
Actually,
But what makes this cool is the Asmerian wolf companion it comes with.
oh,
This is a persistent minion that bites foes to maim them, leaps to cause bleeding, and even howls to buff nearby allies. Additionally, it comes with the command skill Eternal Hunt, which when
no, I
used,
did
it will
upgrade
howl,
the GPU.
calling on the spirits to manifest spectral wolves to ambush all foes around you.
GPU is good. Except for when you
Liminal
play like
Coil is a crazy wand.
one
It
specific
allows you to apply as
indie
many
game
curses as you please.
that still
but those
fucking uses
curses will have no
OpenGL
effect.
1.3 for their
What's the point then?
shaders,
Two reasons.
which cause
Firstly, your
AMD
spells gain a bunch
GPUs
of
to
extra
basically
physical
stunlock
and chaos
themselves.
damage for each curse on enemies.
But that's a very specific niche case,
Secondly, is the
which
skill
I
it
actually
grants
funnily
called
had like last
Coiling
week. Or
Bolts.
no, this one.
This
This week
skill
actually.
is a projectile spell that fires coiling physical and chaos projectiles with every cast. What makes this skill truly special though, is that it will split and chain through every cursed enemy, causing an absolute ruckus. See for yourself. Periphery is a unique bow, which utilizes all the powers of the Asmerian spirits by dealing damage of all elements. And all elements can cause all ailments. The coolest thing about this bow, however, is the Asmerian Swarm skill. These are minions that are summoned when you kill enemies.
More minions.
They will
Oh shit, the
pursue
coolest thing
all
about
nearby
it, GG.
enemies, damaging them and inflicting a debuff on them that boosts your elemental damage even further. Watch as you mow enemies down, and the swarms of Asmerian wisps aid you, melting enemies one screen at a time.
Just like SRS. Huh.
The
I mean, I guess it
Ordained
is,
is a
kinda.
new spear, mastering in physical and lightning damage, with high critical strike chance too. This spear allows you to leech life not only from physical damage, but lightning too. It
Okay.
also creates a fragment of divinity nearby periodically. What are those? Well, This spear has the skill Righteous Descent,
What the fuck?
which is an
Paladin.
epic divine leap, aided by angelic wings. If you use the skill when a fragment of divinity is nearby, it will become empowered,
Epic.
dealing significantly more damage, gaining massive area of effect, and bypassing its cooldown.
And you will...
When fighting
shit,
a boss,
you can spam
let
it?
a bunch of the fragments spawn, and then just unleash your divine havoc, obliterating them. Last, but not least, we have a new unique jewel.
I was gonna say, like, and then you
Voices.
still have to just, like, spam
Voices
lightning
is
sphere
simple.
instead with the weapon.
It consumes one
But
jewel
maybe
slot
not.
to add more. There are versions that add 2 jewel slots, 3 jewel slots, and for those who are absurdly lucky or rich, one with 4 jewel slots. Equip it and notice the slots appear next to your character's portrait in the center.
Okay.
One of the things we are concerned about
What the-
is how long it takes for experienced
fucking
players
insane.
to replay through the game in each new league. As we learned from Path of Exile 1, one of the things that can really help is having elements in the campaign that tell you where to go, if you know what to look for.
Go here.
We'll cover just one example per act for acts 1 to 3, but there are many more than just these.
Hold.
For example, Hunting Grounds in Act 1 is a large, sparse area, containing multiple entrances and landmark encounters. Here's an example of some of the changes we've made here. Finding the ritual encounter in this area isn't too difficult. Now after completing it, a trail of locusts will lead to the entrance to Freythorn. Just follow it and find the source of the evil. You may also find corpses of dead animals, killed and pecked at by the crowbell.
And
You'll
that's
notice
cool
a
for
trail of blood leading
speedrunners,
away
or like
from
generally like for
Follow the
running
trail,
through the campaign
and it will
faster.
lead directly to the boss.
That's cool. That's pretty cool, yeah.
We even put a signpost on the road to tell you which way to go
I'm kinda-
to find Ogham Village.
A little confused
Act
about
2,
why they even talk
in the
about this.
Mastodon
Like, I
Badlands,
would not talk
you
about
need to
this
find the lightless caverns and track
in
down
a
the
review like
abyssal.
this. I think it's fine to like talk
Now to
about
make
more of
this
the
quicker,
endgame stuff.
In the level you'll find these
But like
crates.
this, I mean, you're gonna
Just follow them.
figure
and
it
will
out
take you right to their
very
lair,
soon
allowing you
anyway.
to
Like
find
everybody
and
plays
unlock
the
the Well of
campaign, they
Souls.
have to. They talk about this because they don't have
In
swords.
Act 3,
Yeah, true.
The jungle areas have camps of explorers to sell you items. However, they are now even more useful. By talking to the explorers, they will point towards the next area. Not only that, but it
I mean, I
will
guess they
also
talk about it
reveal
for-
on the minimap.
So
you
they
can
get
know
like more
exactly
people
where
from
to go.
Diablo 4.
These are just some
Wait, what?
examples. We plan to do more
That
and
was-
more
that-
of
that
these
last one was
over
weird,
time
though.
in order to streamline the
Why?
experience.
Who's playing D4?
Now, as this is an in-game expansion,
Apparently
it
everybody.
makes sense that we would work on Atlas QOL. We've added a search box that updates live as you type. Have a specific map you want to run? Now they will be much easier to find. If there are multiple maps, hitting
Do you
enter
miss
will
game
move you from map
originality?
to
Everything
map.
looks the same now.
Now, making a character build in Path of Exile 2 can be pretty
I don't think
complex. And instead of designing a build yourself,
suffers
many
from
players
that
enjoy
much.
following online build guides.
I think
We
PoE
have a
2
pretty
looks
awesome
rather
community that has
original,
built many tools over the years
but like
for
most of their
designing builds.
themes, personally.
But we wanted to improve the experience of following them.
I mean, feel free to disagree, but
we are introducing a new build guide system directly into the game client.
wait, what?
Here's how
Build
it
guides in-game?
Community creators who write build guides can now create a new file format, a build file.
Oh
Once
shit.
downloaded, the builds appear in the in-game client, and selecting one will show you everything you need to know to make that build.
Holy shit.
So you can see all the passives you need to allocate,
That's
ascendancy
insane.
points you need to take, skill gems you need to
They
equip,
just killed off
and
like
recommendations for all
wait,
the
they
support
just
gems you
killed
need to
off
use
like
as well.
half of the like build guide creators
For
in the
items,
world.
the build designer can
PoE 2, I feel
specify
like
which uniques to use in
They
each
killed off
slot,
like all the websites.
or if needed, just add some
They
notes
killed
to
off
the
like
item slot
half of
to say
people's
what kind of item
revenue
you need.
that
In fact,
they generate
build
when
creators
making
can
build
add
guides.
notes to just about any of these areas, allowing them to explain
Mostly
different
the
trade-offs
websites,
in
yeah.
context, or just give more info about how these
Not
things
the
should be
creators.
used.
I mean,
They
how?
can also give level ranges to each element, allowing
Yeah, I
recommendations
guess.
to change over time.
I guess.
Great for builds that need to respec after they reach a certain level.
I guess. Yeah, it's better for
Now, All of this
creators
is
that
written in a
weren't part of
standardized
any
build
websites, and
format
it's
that
worse for
creators
creators
can
that
use.
were like part
And
of
we imagine
websites.
that a lot of community
So
build
like
tools
all
will be
the
updated
actual
to add
people, for
support
example,
this
will
format.
definitely like suffer from an
Now that we
event
have
like this.
trade market searching built into the in-game client, we have added the ability to price check
You
items
gotta
you
download
can
a
find
file from
more easily.
somewhere. Yeah, I
Control
guess.
Alt clicking an item will now search for it on the trade market, showing
That's
you the
true.
current
That's
prices.
true. That's true.
For rare items, it's handy
Yeah,
to
that's
exclude some mods.
Oh, that's
So we
true.
added the ability to enable
And maybe,
and disable
like, more
each
people
mod
were inclined-
so you can see
actually
what effect
inclined
each one
to
has on the price.
Get a build guide
Next
like
up,
this.
we're going to be
'cause it's
talking
more
about the
comfy
new
in-game.
supporter packs for Return of the Ancients. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs. The Blood Reaver and
Get out your credit
Divinity
cards,
packs.
guys. Bigger
Each
credits.
tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always,
This was
the microtransactions in these packs
1 hour
are purely
and
cosmetic
15
and do not
minutes,
affect your
dude.
character's power or progression in any way.
Holy shit, dude.
The Blood Reaver
Imagine a
series of
supporter pack with a
packs
sword
contains
MTX,
6 exclusive
but it's still a
microtransactions.
mace or a spear. Oh my
Let
god.
blood fuel your bloodshed. The Exsanguinator weapon effect draws the blood of enemies you've slain and funnels it into your weapons.
Or like
Turn
a
the
sword
appearance of your
crossbow where you
endurance,
like shoot
frenzy,
knives.
and power charges into orbiting globules of blood with the
Or
Blood
small
Reaver
swords
charges.
instead of bolts.
While your charges are active, these
Aye,
blood
aye, aye.
orbs will grow in size when you absorb more blood from nearby enemies. There are options to have pure blood charges, or charges that still display which kind of charge they are
Pay
at
to
their
lose
core.
FPS, yeah.
A taste for blood doesn't negate a taste for style. The Elite Blood Reaver armor features crimson leathers and golden accents to set yourself apart from uncivilized leeches. It also features a back attachment, fashioned out of the wing of a colossal bat. Alongside every Blood Reaver is their trusted gargoyle pet. In true gargoyle fashion, they take the form of a stone statue when you are idle, leaping into action when you're on the move again.
That
What
ass
good
though.
is immortality if you don't have a vast mansion to come home to at the end of the day? The Eternal Blood Reaver supporter pack contains the Blood Reaver Manor Hideout. This exquisite 2-story estate features an organ, a grand dining table, and cages for your visitors. You can alter the
Just
walls
buy
to
a
create
house
as many
in-game.
or few rooms as you like. Last but not least, the Servant of the Manor, eternally bound to the Order of the Blood Reavers. This henchman will manage your store, so you can spend more time spilling blood.
This is what we got instead of swords, yeah.
But if we do,
Cages for sexy playtime. I don't know, they didn't seem that comfortable.
The Divinity Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Call on Divinity to aid you in
More
eluding enemy
MTX, holy
hits
fuck.
with the Divinity dodge roll effect.
One singular
As
MTX
you
pack looks
sprint,
better than all of
actual
LE.
divine lightning wings
MTX
will form out of
combined.
your back, leaving a trail of radiance
speaking
as you
of
engage
last epoch,
or
right?
escape from combat.
Speaking
For
of last
situations
epoch.
that are too dicey, call on the gods above to send down the Storm of Divinity portal to create a safe passage for you to retreat through. Adorn yourself with the Knight of Divinity armor set, a highly revered attire only bestowed to those deemed worthy.
When did their last season come out? Like a month ago?
Equipping the Divine Surge character effect empowers you with a storm of divine energy. Using skills causes the storm to burst from your character, spilling raw divinity into the area around you. The Arbiter of Divinity wings are the final piece remaining
Last
to
epoch.
emphasize the force divinity has over this
Season
realm. This ancient precursor machine was found locked
4,
away
right?
in a
Came out
highly
like a
guarded vault.
month
Its
and 1
original
week or
purpose
something
is
like that
unclear,
ago.
but it has been altered to
And
fuel your
today,
maps using the pure,
Last
everlasting
epoch
divinity
had
within the statue. The pillars surrounding
less
represent how many
players
portals you have
peak
left for
than
your
Grim
map.
Dawn.
This map device also tracks your progress as you complete the new Origins of Divinity storyline.
And
added this
to be
expansion.
fair, both Grim Dawn,
Additionally,
as
all
well as Last
microtransactions from the
Epoch,
supporter packs will
but
be
especially
made
Last Epoch,
available for use
took
in
a
Path of
significant
Exile.
hit on April
On release
27th when
weekend,
Diablo
we
4
will also be
expansion launched.
releasing the Return of the Ancients mystery box, which will
Like
contain
Grim
2
Dawn
armor
got
sets,
cut almost
a
in
set
half
of map devices for your
by
in-game
D4
adventures,
expansion. Or like
a new tracking scroll that
minus,
records the amount of currency you've gained from
like
the currency
30-40%.
exchange or your shop.
But Ellie
and
got like fucking
much
shredded to
more,
pieces.
like a set of finisher effects and affinity
holy fuck.
stashes. That's not all, however. The Fragment stash tab is finally coming to Path of Exile 2, and with it comes some tabception. Inside this one tab, there's a tab for your various boss key fragments. There's also a tab for all your precursor tablets, with each type of tablet getting 6 tabs of storage.
Game is
Finally,
cursed
there's a
since they
tab for your
nerfed
Djinn
Merchant's
barriers
Guild.
and inscribed ultimatums.
I don't think Diablo
both of
4
which
has
get their
Merchant's
own
Guild.
6 tabs. That's a lot of tabs.
So that's everything in 050. This is by far the biggest update we've ever made to PoE 1 or 2. New in-game storylines, pinnacle bosses, crafting systems, items, ascendancy classes, and so much more. Now, because this update contains so much in-game content, we're doing significantly more testing than usual. For that to happen, we're taking a little longer than usual between the announcement and the release. 050 will be released in 3 weeks on May the 29th, with the patch notes being released on the Friday before that, on May 21st. But there's just one more thing to talk about. Now that the endgame is up to scratch, we have to start talking about our plan for 1.0 release. The feedback we've had during early access has been critical for making all the improvements that we've been making to the game. At the same time, we had to create enough in-game content to make an ARPG that can call itself a successor to Path of Exile 1. Well, with 050, we now believe we have reached that point. And so this is going to be the last full-size league during early access. That's right. The next big update is going to be 1.0. Now, normally we would do our next big content release in August, but in the run-up to full release, our plans take a little longer on this one. As big as 050 is, 1.0 is even bigger. So we'll be launching 1.0 this year sometime after ExileCon. But that doesn't mean we won't be doing updates in the meantime.
When is
In this final
ExileCon?
phase, we have a lot of things to polish throughout the game and balance to improve. I'm sure there'll also be feedback about the new endgame that we need to incorporate too. The difference is that the focus is not going to be on adding more content like the previous updates.
In November or
it's going to be
something?
on improving what we already have. But we still want to encourage people to try out all the balance changes and improvements that we're making. So we're going to be running a few
November
events during this
7th
phase
to
alongside
8th
each update.
in
Think remixes of
Aotea
existing mechanics or features.
Center and
And speaking of
Auckland.
ExileCon, don't forget to pencil it in on the weekend of November the
Aotea
7th
Center
in
and
New Zealand.
Aotearoa.
ExileCon is a gathering of our players, and a chance for us to showcase
Isn't that how you
everything
say
we've
New
been working on
Zealand?
for both Path of Exile 1 and 2. And this one will be particularly important for
In,
us,
like-
since we finally get to unveil some of the coolest content that we've been working on for a while now with Act 5 and 6. Tickets for the in-person event are currently sold out, but don't worry, all the announcements and talks are going to be streamed online for all of you to watch. Now, I'm personally so excited for this. This is the year that PoE 2 comes out. The campaign is finally finished. It's been 8 years to get here, but we're finally near the finish line. And with that, it's time to move on to our live Q&A.
Wait, it's sold out? What? Wait, what? I didn't even pay attention, sorry. Muted, Leute. Good take, yeah.
Good to sit down for a nice long Q&A once again today. We just had a teaser for Return of the Ancients expansion and its complete overhaul to just every single thing in the endgame, complete endgame overhaul.
Tickets are already sold out.
Frankly, somewhat confusing amount of crafting and systems and things in it. It kind of keeps going.
Going
And then we've got,
to
like, the cover
Aotearoa
and
is a pretty
skills that
nice
work across
kind of thing that you can do.
weapons, The extra looking ascendancies
For sure.
and some insane uniques and all that sort of stuff. But
Would be
honestly,
cool to like
it's kind of
combine
easy
it
to
with
talk
an
about what's
Exile
not
con, but I
part of
guess
0.5,
I mean
so
the
in a very
one
elegant
right
way.
before release of
Let's do that
PoE2 is gonna be
first. So I think
you can
some
buy a
people definitely
ticket
had an
for
expectation or a
like
hope that there was going to
1k
be
probably or
a
something
new
like that.
class or a new weapon type here.
It'll be absolutely-
Perhaps.
Unfortunately, it's just the case that making a class is something that takes longer than a single cycle. So yeah, it was never going to be on the cards for 050, unfortunately. But
So it wasn't even that it was moved in this case.
no,
was
it
never
just
really
wasn't.
planned.
It just isn't something that we can do in that short amount of time. So it's going to have to be the next one before
I heard.
we're able to get.
Well, last time you guys teased like the druid and the huntress beforehand. right?
Exactly. So it's kind of funny seeing everyone like this. Like, probably
Dude,
the mistake we made
like-
was having a sword in the teaser for the.
Didn't they say like 5 years ago
yeah.
that
So no
they would push you to do early access with like the following
yeah.
classes,
It is
and
a
then they
shame,
would
but it
add
seems
like
you guys have kind of well,
And Hunter and Druid is like almost ready for 0.1.
It's not like we're not working on it in the
And they were like
background,
debating whether or not they were
different
gonna like release those or
Yeah,
not.
I've been seeing a little bit of work going on there.
We're simple people.
And then
from New
Huntress
Zealand,
came like,
swords.
what,
they're
like 1
advanced
year later, 2 years
technology.
later almost, Druid like almost 3 years later or something like
We're
that.
just gonna learn how they work.
You're just about to get on the map, aren't you?
There's like a straight line. There's like some metal. These are complex
There's
things.
a lot to figure out there. But
And turns out those
do you
two
care to speak at
are
all, like kind of what your plans are in that regard as far as like classes and
like compared to what they still have left.
The reveal for that will come
not
some of the
exactly,
time,
but like what are you kind of hoping towards?
Hasn't been out for like 2 years. Dude,
like,
it feels like
from
an
0.5
eternity at this point
onwards,
already.
you know, in the lead up to Exile.
Anyway,
in terms of
I'm not sure if I want to hear
hoping to get like all of the classes.
listen to all of this as well. It was already like been like this was already like 1 hour and 15 minutes. Like holy shit, it was, or like 1:20. Thank you so much everybody for watching. I will go to bed here. I think. I mean, there's no swords, but other than that, everything looks amazing. If you are interested in PvE Endgame and so on, then I mean, if they didn't nail it with this Endgame update, they probably never will, right? Or who knows, maybe it's gonna be like Diablo 4 and it needs like another 3 years and another 5 expansions on top. Literally talking about the
combat is good, and like all the various things, like, you know, like even stuff that isn't good yet, you know, like Ascendancy trials, right? Like there's going to be stuff that we need to do before 1.0 to get good, and so like that's kind of, you know, so long as we can get that stuff, then I think people trust that we know how to create, like, you know,
just
an
get
act
good
at this point, right? Like, so that isn't exactly something we need to test per se, you know. So really what we need to do now is like assuming that people are happy with the end game that we've released in 050. That will mean that we've kind of checked all the boxes of stuff that we need to know, you know. And
wait, what about Tota though?
Improve, and like that'll happen between 050 and
they have like the arena for Tota, right? Where the fuck is
yeah,
Tota?
like that's the main thing we need to be sure of.
Next
Once we've got that,
season
like,
maybe?
now we can get
1.0
the big
maybe?
update, the ridiculous update that is 1.0 ready.
And I heard you mentioning that recently as well, that you don't feel like you really need to get the last act.
Dude, I mean, they said like some point after Exile Con.
We know how to do that. It's one of those.
It's gonna be
things that,
fucking next
you know,
year,
like,
right? No way it's this year.
For like we know what we're doing when it comes to that stuff.
They're gonna release like at the same date as GTA 6 or
The
what?
plan's obviously to get like those last acts in, then finish the story and have all that come out at launch.
In 1.0, exactly. And look, that'll be the launch.
Conclusion to the story then, exactly. So you have done, though, one extremely gigantic update here for Endgame. And it seems like you've done a lot all in one expansion.
Yeah.
And you've got this plan to like kind of do a little bit of like some other stuff in the
Maybe this is a hot take, but I feel like they could have like done half of that Endgame update
instead of spreading it out over say a couple of expansions.
So
and add like 2 classes instead.
Spread it out, but honestly, the reason is because
apparently they only have like 1 animator for the class and
wanted to deliver a patch where like this is
maybe half a designer,
so
like, they can't get the classes right.
Leagues look like when they're in Endgame.
Will you play hardcore? Is it a big update or not?
A couple of them, it wouldn't have really got that across.
I don't know.
Like it needs to be like,
I kind of want to play softcore and actually play it a lot, but I won't have time to play it a lot, so I'll probably play hardcore so that I can quit the game once I die, and then like do IRL stuff instead, or like grind on stuff.
There were just like a few
because if I play softcore, I'm gonna play too much.
It doesn't really give you goals in the right way. Like you get to endgame, you don't know what the hell to do, and a lot of players just leave right there.
I don't even know what I want to play.
Be the case when you get there, like there's objectives, there's things, you know, that feels
if I play hardcore, I don't think I even want to play the league at all. Actually,
go further than the campaign, actually get into endgame. So yeah, I think that if we hadn't done,
because this league is only about endgame, right? Like it doesn't make any sense to play like hardcore if you want to like actually get the new content, like see the new content, like see all the new crafting and so on, right?
To be able to focus on a little bit more polish.
Maybe I'll play like a druid titan or something. I mean, like a bear titan or something like that.
Some more leagues, but it won't be like content, like mega expansion type leagues. Like it's more like kind of like the 1 month event type things that we've done, and that's really just because we want to be able to. We still don't want to do mid-league nerfs, and so to be able to do all the balance changes we want to do, because there's a huge amount of balance still to do.
They would nail weapon types and classes anyways.
An economy reset.
You mean just like spears and parry? Yeah, sure.
More event type stuff like remixes of existing.
That sounds reasonable.
But also adding stuff where stuff's missing. So for example, like we still have a lot more uniques we need to make, especially like mid-game uniques, so that kind of stuff. Like we now believe we've got the standard of where a unique needs to be in PoE 2 in terms of like, you know, and it's like way more than what you need in PoE 1 in terms of being like to reach the standard. And so now
I like the stuff they did for uniques.
Sort of, you know, mid-game ones,
for
that
sure.
kind of stuff. You know, so there's stuff like that that'll be
new
coming.
Content wasn't made for hardcore first, so Unabandoned and shot you. That's true, but if you don't ever get to the end game anyway,
kind of like, you know, mega content craziness,
you might as well play hardcore.
For
we have a lot to dive into as far as endgame things. While people watching live get your questions in the chat for all of that. In the meantime,
should be easy to get to in softcore.
About the new league, the Rings of Aldur.
If my total playtime for PoE 2 is no more than maybe 15 hours, would I get to endgame? game.
This, encountering remnants, uncovering these runes throughout this storyline in the campaign, and then into Endgame. And I was
because that's like the scope that we're looking at here. Like I'm not going to be able to play this league more than like 20 hours maybe.
In fact, Jonathan, you showed me this rather
like total
looking spreadsheet. Like I was like, oh,
like I'm not even kidding.
Random rewards or something. But then you showed
so
me this spreadsheet,
I might as well play
like
hardcore.
Recipes of all the
Get died in a monkey again. You know.
Different things.
But then like if I want to do that, then I would need swords to win the game to have like extra content in the like in the campaign. I feel like there's no new content in the campaign, so I might as well just like skip the
but there is some thought put into
skip the league completely.
What things go to what recipes.
One way to look at this is this league has the most spreadsheets we've ever made. Like
that's a title line, right?
The other day I was looking through all the. We have this gig. It's called like Verisium Crafting or something.
Yeah.
I was looking through all the tabs. And I was like, I went to, I was on like the 60th.
I feel like from a game dev perspective, like either working on the game or like taking notes and like trying to work on systems for your own game. Like if that was your actual job, I think this league is great for that. Or if you're like absolutely no-lifing the shit out of like a game like this, that's also fine. But for everybody else, this league is just like there's no swords and no new classes, so why even play?
Super bizarre. Like, I don't even really understand that rune that's got to do with uniques. Like, what's going on with that?
It's called Olroth's Legacy, and it's a rune that you can place in Izamite and Kalgurin uniques to destroy the unique, and it takes one of the mods off of it and creates a unique rune.
What?
With a slightly modified
To be
value.
fair, you could play a Ascendancy maybe at least.
In the same item class
Either tame a monkey or what's the monk doing again?
There's just so many crazy crafting things going on, but it was kind of like
monk just had like giga stats all around. I feel like right with the rune bag,
systems would Kalgurins have,
upgraded gloves,
different than the stuff that's going on in Rayclast. And so their whole magic system is based around like this star metal that they have.
The channeling was so cringe though. I didn't like that personally at all.
Words give it power and so on. So we're just kind of thinking
that looked so bad.
As inspiration for all the different crafting things.
Like maybe it's good, but it looked bad mechanically.
So it was just a lot of
little nuts on this.
Yeah, we went definitely.
The other stuff
so
was
many
pretty
crafting
cool.
things. Like in fact, there's even more crafting stuff we had. Like, there were entire crafting benches that we have designed and practically like 80% implemented and then discarded. Like, there's just like a huge amount of that stuff.
We can do this or some other way, some cool way. Yeah, so like because I saw that there's like you can
maybe I'll just like play some bell pack
and then it changes the unique and it has a new modifier, but now
bell
you've also
pack
got a
monk
rune
or
that
something like
steals
that.
modifiers off uniques.
I also need to learn crafting. I'm not gonna learn crafting before 1.0. I don't feel like it's worth it to learn crafting right now.
These days, it seems to be a running
It is not for me. Like I don't have the time for that.
Why do you do this? Like why do you do this?
Yeah.
Why do you make it so you have to like from now on you always
I don't have time to learn this shit now.
100%. So yeah, because of that monk ascendancy, now every unique we ever make that's a glove unique, we have to design extra mods that it changes to.
One other axis on that. All these new runes we've added, all of them. Remember that shaman that has that whole bonded modifier on every rune that we need to also add?
Yeah.
Wow.
So does that apply to the ones that come from uniques like that?
TBD.
Like to feel like you need to catch up on learning stuff. That's what you have.
So that's like
your studies for or your work for, you know. I don't need a game for that.
I'm really proud of that one actually because I really like the way that
like if I do like complex systems in games, but I don't like to have to feel like I need to play the catch-up game all the time. I like to explore systems on my own and like trying to
put another one in, do
to like figure out stuff on my own and so on. So I will eventually like try to figure out the crafting stuff if I invest a lot of time into PoE2, but I'm not gonna try to
decay damage over time one for gloves.
Like learn by
so we've kind of tried to theme them as well.
Watching guides, unless I really want to like understand a certain thing and I don't feel like I can understand it on my own. But then sure.
New modifier pools entirely getting added to items.
Yeah, like I like the exploring part about game systems. I really don't like the
set of mods and the new caster set of mods on
feeling like you have to catch up, because then it just feels like the same thing as you do like in a job or like for studies and so on.
That you're going to keep, like, if you want to grind Justice League, that there's a thing that,
like a certificate for crafting, exactly. Otherwise, you're not allowed to craft.
But there's like a reason to keep on doing this, like economically.
You're wasting potential. You're wasting life
for a very long period of time.
Like, shut the fuck up. Or just let me like play the game. You know.
Some of the leagues sort of had that a bit before, but now we want to make sure that every league definitely has something along those lines. So that, you know, just a reason to keep going.
You use that all inefficiently.
The service they provide the community or whatnot, which I quite like to see, especially the breach tree getting real deep cuts on some of those things that you can do there, and now with the
which is a fine like you know
so for the
mindset to have if you are like an actual maxer and you have the time to be that, etc. Right? It's fine. I mean, I'm kind of like that in Grand Dawn sometimes as well.
That's how it works, but in reality, the way that you'll engage with it is when you find a rune that's sort of inscribed on a thing, then like
it's like a time investment thing.
That rune will be displayed.
And if you don't have the time investment,
you have to do some quests.
If you have 69 jobs, 7 wives, and 500 kids, and you need to play the other 4 instead, right? There's no time, right?
These sorts of things around.
No. There's nothing like that. So effectively, like, you're just picking from the book every time. So like, if you want to just look at this as like, you know, walk up to the object, there's some recipes, just pick which item you want. That's effectively how you can engage with it.
100x more complicated.
Thematically, there's kind of more stuff going on.
Compared to what? I mean, it depends what kind of job you have, right? Or compared to what other kind of games you play.
These remnants, then this new remnant system, obviously it shares the.
I feel like if you feel like you're mentally like exhausted.
Yeah.
I think it depends a lot on your job, right? If you're a smart person but you have rather an easy job, or like you've gotten to a level in your job where you feel like the job's easy for you, then sure. I think it can be very fun again to, you know, challenge your mind with games and complicated systems, 100%. At least right now in life, I feel like I'm a little bit at a point where I need to rather finally catch up my studies, finishing my studies, so I need to like invest a lot of time into like
the more rewards you're going to
getting
get.
that finally done.
Even aside from the reward that you're picking,
and then also
like extra juice that you're adding to the monsters.
Starting like a job in basically like a new field that I didn't study for like.
So anytime we're pretty much adding mods to monsters, be it now runes.
In like the 10 years, but like most people learn like the most of their stuff for their job, like between like 20 and 30 years old.
There's like a, you know, rarity, XP, life, etc. columns, and so we're just trying to make sure.
Like right now, I feel like I need to use a lot of brain power IRL for catching up on like many different systems. So right now, like I'm good. Like I don't need like 500 mechanics in a game that I can't play like for 2 hours a week in my spare time. You know.
Hard to balance it, but it's one of those things that, you know, if you get it right, then it feels right, and if it doesn't, then you kind of don't know why things feel off and like why things is like this thing's too hard and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So on that topic, actually, so. Each of these runes has its own.
And then also like
it does to make monsters harder.
I'm busy making content for Grand Dawn instead, right? Like not only playing and streaming the game, but also like working on season 8 and trying to give great feedback so that Thanks Vastakarn has somewhat acceptable endgame and isn't just ultimate veteran, you know, and doesn't feel like.
Yeah, like the goal there is that the harder, like the rarer the item, the harder the runes are that will be, you know, the rune modifiers.
As outdated as it otherwise will feel like.
There's some pretty like
so, and it's compared to something like this, right?
What we're now calling grand expeditions, because as what people knew as logbooks before.
The logbook is.
The logbook is now fine.
I mean, thanks to Vastakarn, they add a couple of mechanics to
let's say there's like 12 remnants,
the end game,
get them all in the detonation chain,
or like to ascendant mode, which is nice.
And then one of those,
but I feel like they need to, like, for it to actually feel great and have like a proper stream of like different kind of content to do and so on. To be like a vivid endgame, the same style as like PoE would be, maybe. It doesn't have to be like on that level, of course, but to be a bit more like that. I think like they need like a couple more mechanics. But I mean, that's also what we have the leaks for, right? Like, we already have like +1 big mechanic, I would say, with the ghost stuff. And maybe if we can like implement like 1 or 2 more like mechanics like that, it would be kind of nice.
We'll do later, which is this pause rework. I'm gonna just spoil it now because it's like one of those things that we're gonna do. But effectively,
but also it's an ancient engine and not nearly as flexible as like PoE's engine, and also they don't have nearly as much like,
so the intention would be to,
you know,
be able to expand all of that stuff. Like, so look at all buffs and explore like what exact stats
ways of investing time and money and
planning on doing it for ages, but
programming potential and power into the game as GG has. So
And the one that moves on to the next remnant is
it doesn't make any sense to like
it's not actually moving on all of them, because I was going to say, because it's kind of like
try to be the same as PvE.
So let's say you have a remnant with 5 runes.
Yeah.
One of them will have a symbol above it.
And that's totally fine, Stoic Londoner. Like, you can enjoy both games at different times.
You can have a crazy encounter, but the next one is.
And Grim Dawn is a good game for what it is.
Make it through that, it'll be okay. In the next part of the expedition.
Yeah, but then so the order of them kind of matters as well. And then, like, okay, let's say you're obviously.
And ultimately, it depends, like, what is more fun to you, you know? That's what I'm saying. Like right now, I don't need a.
So to speak, you're gonna want to do a thing where.
Like I think I would enjoy the spreadsheet game of PvE2 if I actually had the time to properly invest, but I don't right now, so I'll.
And there's always like different little things you can.
I don't see much reason to even play this patch personally.
Yes, and it's the kind of thing where people are like, I'm gonna try and squeeze the most amount of rewards.
Like I'd rather just invest more time into like Grim Dawn and like trying to maybe make like some, maybe like come up with some mechanics of my own for season 8 for Grim Dawn, you know, or season 9 or whatever. Like try to make your own systems instead. Maybe like get inspired by like what PvE is doing, but otherwise just like instead of playing it, just like look at what they have and then try to make your own.
Oh yeah, cool. I need to double check that because I can't be sure, but I believe it is. Yes.
As I am in a position to do that at least, and to a limited amount of, to a limited. How we say that? Like at least in some way.
Regular ones that should be there.
Yeah, awesome.
But
cool.
If it's not,
it's funny though. Like there's also a sort of hidden amount of work that we sort of glossed over there as
well.
What
are they talking about?
Islands, like what
do you know right now at this point?
But now the Grand Expedition Islands. Like we put a lot of effort into like making a bunch of unique islands with weird shit. Like you know, like every one of them has got like unique things to find and blow up, like kind of weird.
So it's not just a bunch of generic maps with expeditions in it.
Yeah. They're actually got a lot of effort put into them.
I mean, the hour before was a lot more interesting, where they actually like explain the mechanics while showing the stuff.
You know, that are
no, they're just like live chatting.
There's quite a bit there too. Like,
which is, if you're interested in all the mechanics and so on, also very interesting.
This will explode. Maybe that'll explode. There's like things like that you can do. But yeah, it's quite a fun one.
There's even like
oh, you just turned the stream on now. Yeah, it's bad timing.
Is just click it to.
I'm too tired to pay proper attention anymore. Just like running in the background or I'm reading or like discussing with chat mostly.
You can turn on, and then when you click, it's all.
P is overrated. The skin market is retarded. D4 is boring. Grim Dawn is a timeless classic.
I mean, so like more explosives, more radius, and a bunch of stuff like that that you can get in late game.
PvE obviously needs to make money with MTX because they were like model. I don't blame them for that. And their base MTX, I mean their base like armor looks pretty good now, so it's fine.
Ones that reveal like guarantee. You know, Olroth will be there, for example, so it's like a little bit, which is a way to trade for like then
Grim Dawn is very limited in like what you can do as a modder, to be fair. Because you can't, like we don't have access to the actual engine. You only have like access to what is basically available to game designers at Crate as well. So people like Xantai and so on. But the things that like the actual programmers do, we don't have access to any of that. So we can't do actual like engine programming. And many of the skills are basically, they work in templates, right? So they're like more or less like hard fixed in like what they can do. And you can like try to emulate some other skills by like trying to, you know, do some tricks. But if there's like a certain type of skill that you wanna implement into the game and the template for that just doesn't exist, or like there's no template with which you can emulate that kind of skill, then you simply cannot create that kind of skill. That's kind of just how it is.
And then there's a set at the top, like there's one called Power Rune, which is the rarest.
Can you have MIs that give mods to skills that are granted by items? Like you could, in theory, and I'm pretty sure it wouldn't take a lot of effort to reprogram it to work. But simply because the programmer didn't do that, you can't do it as a modder or game designer, because the templates don't allow for that.
exactly.
Like, it's restricted, right?
There's tons of like hidden stuff.
Like, I can't believe you glazed over this thing where like.
But technically, you should be able to just apply a skill modifier to not only class skills, but also like secondary class skills and also item skills easily. But you can't, because it's hard-coded that you can only apply them to those and not to the others, basically. Because it's probably like a fixed array of skills, and they would have to like add every single skill template, or like every single skill even, into that array, and if it's not part of that array, then it doesn't work. That's how I would imagine it to be, and instead of it being like flexible, it's kind of like hard-coded. Like, with references still, of course, but still hard-coded, basically.
Oh, yeah, and you've got another category, ones that absolutely can't be removed, and I assume not with that either.
Yeah, like, so that's like the dual socket thing and stuff like that.
It's almost like vialing an item that's done.
Because there's a lot of like cross-referencing happening in Grim Dawn that's... Yeah, that kind of like relies on a fixed structure, and if you try to break out of that fixed structure, then things just don't work.
Someone's extracted a perfect rune,
which in a way is like fine, but
and the upgraded item is like for some
just limits some creativity.
Differential to the rune. It's always
gonna be a wild economy. I mean, not to mention just
dude, even like fucking adding
that's kind of like rather a lot, isn't it?
2 new like items
160 now,
to the stash. Like I did this the other day, right? I added the season items to the new stash page. I tried to figure out if you can even add like a third like special stash space. Imagine like a third stash tab that is like only there for essences, right? You can't, because it's hard-coded that you only can have 2 special tabs, and those 2 special tabs are also hard-coded to be components and crafting materials, and that's it. What you can do is you can make those tabs bigger, but you cannot add a third tab. It's so retarded.
Well, I'd like to think it's manageable. Honestly, I find the rune stuff, I mean, you can always add more socketable type things like this, because every time you find one, it's like, it's just a thing in itself. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why we steered away from like too many crafting bench type things. We've got like,
and of course, if you want to make it bigger, right, then you have to visually, first of all, like download the bitmap, then basically paint in the borders for where your components should go, then re-upload that bitmap, and then put the component references into this, like, you know, space, and then manually, like, pixel by pixel, put in the correct, like, X and Y, coordinates, right?
We'll see what works, we'll see what doesn't work, we'll see what worked in Endgame and didn't, because again, once the things are core, how they appear in the campaign...
It's not very flexible, which is also why I understand that, yes, they do try to spice up the endgame with, like, Fangs of Astakarn, but I also can understand that they are, you know, like, trying basically some tech that they also want to ideally, like, use for Grim Dawn 2. Like, I can see, for example, the altar tech kind of being like a test run, having a test run in Grim Dawn, so they can then use that as a more flexible system in actual Grim Dawn 2. Assuming the engine there is also more flexible. But they're not gonna like over-invest too much into Grim Dawn and the expansion, because like you cannot expect anything like PoE style to be in the Fangs of Astakarn expansion, right? Because yeah, you rather just do that for Grim Dawn 2 with an engine that's hopefully more flexible. Yeah, same. I also gotta go to sleep. Thanks for watching, guys. If you wanna check out these guys yapping some more, you can do that, of course. The stream is still on. Thanks so much, guys, for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed the Grim Dawn gameplay earlier, and also like the reacts to this live stream, as well as some of the like talk after that. You can, as always, hang out on Discord if you're new here. Or check out my YouTube if you haven't seen the YouTube yet. There's of course going to be a VOD of the Inquisitor leveling that I did earlier on YouTube, and yeah, hopefully, like you can expect some more guides coming out at some point for whenever Fangs of Astakarn is out, and also hopefully we're getting a release date at some point in May, and maybe another co-stream with Mr. Zentai. Hopefully, we'll see. I'll definitely ask him about that. I should do that like tomorrow. I'll go raid some like Cozy Grim Dawn streamer, but I mean if you are leaving for some PoE streamers, that's obviously very much reasonable too at this point in the game. Like at this point in time. Alright, is there somebody like Karn online that I can raid? Wait, Karn, okay, wait, hang on, let's actually raid Karn. Karn's a cool dude. And this is more like appropriate, like staying in the same category. Hello? Fangs in 2027? Nah, no fucking way, dude. Alright, yeah, good. Thanks for watching, bye-bye.